Hi, it's Michael Riley, ABA Appliance. I don't normally do this, but I'm going to do this on this video because I need to kind of explain. I supply restoration kits for SubZero refrigerators and freezers, evaporator, heat exchanger, compressor, dryer, so you can restore the sealed system as well as a complete restoration kits, which are not just a sealed system, but also, thermostat, evaporator, fan motors, all your operational parts, gaskets, whatever. RestoreYourSubZero.com is one of my websites that has it. My main website that I sell parts on for all SubZero parts is refrigerator part replacements, plural, refrigerator part replacements.com. And there's a picture on there for the restoration kits on the main page, and it goes to it. But RestoreYourSubZero.com, it goes right to its own site for that restoration kits as well. I have this, I call him Ralph Mouth, Mouth, M-O-U-T-H, not like the old Ralph Mouth of Happy Days, but Ralph Mouth, and for a reason, because he just always had stuff to say, and he bought a restoration kit for his SubZero, and I always go through with everybody that does that to make sure that they have somebody that is qualified to install it, because I don't want the headache back to me. If somebody tries to install it and thinks they can do it from YouTube, and there's too many of the younger generation, and some older, but most of the younger generations that think, oh, it's so easy, we can do it from YouTube. We don't need to pay somebody all that money. How come they get paid so much money to do that? That's ridiculous. They're just ripping people off. It's just a totally different attitude. They don't want to pay for anything. They don't want to pay for cable, for TV. So now they got all these Netflix, all these free stuff, but it's not free. But it's like $5 instead of $200 for a Cox cable package. Okay, the generations before that, we paid our way. But now we got all these generations now, the younger ones, they don't want to pay for anything, except they're out there getting Dash food sent to their house and grub garbage sent to their house, and they're paying all this extra money to have it delivered when they could go get it for free. So they're trying to live like they're born with a silver spoon when they can't even afford it. It just doesn't make sense to me. But that's a whole other thing. So this is the attitude that I ran into here. And it's really, I have a lot of patience. It may not sound like it, but when I vent, it comes out a little different. But I have tremendous patience. And in the video, you'll see this, that I'm very patient. But I also speak up, when things are just not going the right way, and I'm not going to be, taken advantage of. But this individual, nice enough guy, but just born with a cheap spoon in his mouth. The thing's tarnishing every 2 seconds because it's so cheap. I don't get it. And he gets a neighbor that's supposedly qualified that screws up the installation with the torch, wrong torch, everything. He ends up soldering the capillary tube shut. And I had to go through, because this guy was done. He wasn't touching it anymore after he screwed it up. He was done. Because the guy didn't pay him that much. He paid him $200 to install a compressor, evaporator, heat exchanger. $200. It's usually a $1,200 to $2,000 labor charge. This is how cheap this guy is, Ralph Mouth. So, and he got somebody to fall for it. So, but he didn't fix it right, and he left it where it was restricted. So I spent hours with him, many hours, trying to help him through this. But then he wants me, he has no training. He has no tools. So he's going out buying all these, begging me that, I need to do it. I need to. Buying all these tools, and then he wants me to train him, teach him how to use a torch. I said, man, I have a school that's $5,000 that I train techs. They come in from all over the world. I can't. It's just not an overnight thing. I don't just tell you how to do something and you can do it. It's not like you can go on YouTube and you just do it. You got to learn how to use a torch. You got to get the tools. There's thousands of dollars worth of tools. He bought them. He bought the tools, and he's, this sweet voice that, oh, come on, can you please help me do it? So it went on for a little bit, and I said, look, this is getting too extensive here. You got to pay me something. You haven't even offered, and that's what I was waiting for. Most people will say, this is a lot of work for you. I should pay you something for this. So most honest people with integrity will offer that. They know that things aren't free and you work for a living. So never once a suggestion. And so I finally brought it up. I said, look, I'm doing all this and I'm not making money. And you're calling me every 5 seconds. And I'm dropping things. And I got business to do. I sold you parts. That's as far as it goes. And now we're getting into me training you, teaching you how to be. I mean, this is not what I signed up for. I need to charge you something, and this is what the going rate is. And I wouldn't charge you anything near that, $1,200, $2,000. But I need to charge you because I'm spending and dropping, and you're just expecting me, calling me, and I'm supposed to drop everything. I mean, when this guy was installing it wrong and screwed everything up, he's calling me like every 10, 15 minutes because they got an issue, they got a question. I'm not your concierge where you just call me on a beck and call and I drop everything. And this is the generation now, younger generation. They just think that you're at their call, and it shouldn't cost them anything. I mean, I don't know where this attitude came from. Poor parenting, for one, and a silver spoon attitude. He's got a cheap and silver spoon attitude, this one. So I told him $500. I'll help you get through it all. And he balked at that. I said, look, I don't know where this come from, this cheap attitude of yours, but we have training. As you can see, you're asking me to train you and teach you how to, and you're already finding out it's not so easy. And you think I'm not worth? I mean, what is up with this? And I asked him what he did. Actually, in one of the videos I make reference to, I thought he was a real estate person, because real estate people act like this. It's all about their $20, $30, $60,000 commissions, and they treat you like garbage. They're property managers too, and they're notorious for treating people like you're not as good as them. So that's what I figured this guy was. Well, it turns out he's an IT guy, which maybe is even worse. Who knows? But I do IT, so I do everything, programming, whatever. But so I'm kind of halfway joking about that, but not at the same time. So, finally he's like, and I said, I'll help you, but you got to stay within the lines with me. You got to listen to what I'm saying. Because the attitude right off the bat was he's negating things I was saying, trying to prove things I said wrong. And it's like, wow, where's this attitude coming from? You're asking me for help, but then you're telling me you have a better way? So you don't need me. Well, and then it's always, oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. It's just, but that continued on, as you'll see in the video. And I'm yawning and everything else throughout because I'm really getting aggravated and I'm really getting bored. Because this guy is not working with, how do I say it nicely? he was trying to figure out how to operate his camera. He kept taking pictures and pictures and pictures and pictures and pictures. He couldn't get the picture to turn out. This is what I was dealing with. Now I got to train him how to use a torch and everything else. And I'm sitting there just being patient for 30 minutes, 45 minutes while he's trying to take a picture, and he can't get it right with his phone. I mean, I was just, if I had hair, I'd be pulling it out, you know. Wow. So that's, I don't normally, like I said, I don't normally do a preface on one of my videos, but that's why I'm doing this, is to explain the extraordinary circumstances here, and this is how patient I usually am. I've been doing this for over 40 years. You know, it is what it is, and you just got to get through it. But if you watch me, you'll see that you can tell that I'm getting not only bored but aggravated. But I try not to let it on. When you're in a customer's home, you can't let your visual even be known. You just got to get through it, stay pleasant, and then be done with it and get out of there and move on. And don't hold on to it. You just move on. Change gears is what it's called. So, you know, you get to the next customer and you don't change gears, you're going to put it out, take it out on the next customer. You can't do that. When I train techs, it's one thing I tell them. I say, look, you just got to let go of it. You know, it's almost like in a marriage. If you don't agree on something, change gears, move on. You know, don't go to bed until you change gears. You know, just another way of saying it. But anyways, so this is really an aggravating situation. I got to the end, and I'd had enough. You'll see at the end. And I wrote some text notes between videos explaining where I was at, because one of the things is when you're doing this, you got to be careful that you're using a torch. So it's not only dangerous, but you can burn a house down, but dangerous to yourself as well. But also, you could do more damage to the unit, especially if you don't know what you're doing. And I'm training you, and you've never used a torch before. So you need to listen. I mean, really listen and follow directions. This guy kind of had a problem with that. I mean, he didn't like, he had his own mind about, well, what about this way? And I'm like, no, you can't do that. And I shouldn't have to sit here and explain why. Just understand and please accept. We can't do it that way. But no, he wouldn't accept it. So that's what I fought with the whole time through this. Like I said, I don't normally do a preface, but I wanted to kind of explain the whole situation. It's interesting to see the dynamic of somebody like this, but it's also interesting to see that even if somebody is of no knowledge, that you can actually get trained. And I've got the knowledge and I've got the patience to train anybody, just about anybody, to be able to do this. But there's a lot to it. And as long as you're willing to learn and you listen and follow directions and have the right tools, you can do this job. And that's what I do incorporate in my, I also have an appliance repair school. I've had it since, well, probably about 10 or 13 years now. And I've had people come in all over the world, but I train one-on-one. It's not a classroom. They go out on the road and do actual calls with me. ApplianceRepairTechSchool.com is what it is. And the same thing I incorporate one-on-one is the instruction and the training. So I'm really patient with it. And I understand where people are coming from when they don't know, because I was there once. And I try to work through that and understand that. So you can see that in this video as well, that I'm just very, very calm and patient. But I think I was watching it as I was editing it, and it was like I could see myself getting aggravated. I mean, I could just see it. I mean, I was getting so tired, I wanted to go to sleep. I'm stretching, and so, anyways, and at that point, I start trying to use tech humor, and that's a little colored sometimes. And I'm not talking racist colored. I'm talking, if you're older generation, you know what that means. It's just little off. Where the girls sometimes get a little bit offended type of humor. Not abusive or anything like that. I mean, you got to explain everything anymore. It's amazing. Anyways, I'm not going to go on that. Just funny, dry humor. Let me just put it that way. That's what this is about. And occasionally I'll run into somebody like this that just really, they were going to do it themselves, and they did want to buy this and this. They'll buy whatever they need. And I'm not going to ever do this again where I'm just so cheap on somebody. They're stuck. If you screwed it up, you have to find somebody else to install it and fix it for you, unless you're going to pay me what I'm worth to do that, to help you. Because I got a living to make. I can't be sitting here doing free technical installation and everything else and training when I charge $5,000 for the school to train techs. And you want me to do it free? Are you kidding? Wow, I mean, I don't understand this. So that's where we're at. Anyways, I want to keep this I've already talked too long, but that's the preface for these videos. It's a series of about 3 videos in a row. The last one is actually a video that I did, and I was going to send to him about my aggravations. I never did send it to him. It's kind of like when I do, I'll write an email to somebody in my response to something that I'm kind of maybe aggravated about, but then I read it again and I don't send it. I don't know if anybody else does that, but it's a good thing to do, is to read through or re-watch. Do a trial run first before you click send. Because sometimes you won't send it, and sometimes it's best not to send. You're venting, and once you vent, then you're good, or I am anyways, and I don't have to send it, because I want to stay I want to be the better person. I've always believed that is always best. So, anyways, that's what it's about, and I appreciate the people that do view my videos. I really do. It shows me that at least some people are interested in the services of the SubZero refrigerators and what's out here, what I have to offer. And I do have a lot of people contact me with technical questions and requests and service requests and parts requests and just general information. I am full line tech, and I work on all brands. I just supply parts though right now for SubZero, and I'm kind of dedicated myself to. I manufacture some of the refrigeration evaporators and condenser and stuff for the SubZeros. And I don't manufacture anything for any other brands, but I've kind of stuck to that as far as manufacturing and service for the last couple of years. Just a niche that I thought needed help, because SubZero's management and corporation, in my opinion, their engineers really don't know what they're doing. The early engineers, they're putting on what they called an accumulator. It's not an accumulator. It's a hollow tube. And they've since discarded it because it should have never been put on. And it just shows that they have no idea what they're doing. I'm an electrical engineer by schooling. So I've done service, always done service. I didn't want to work in an office. And I've been my own service company for over 40 years. I know refrigeration extremely well, and so that's why when I saw this, they were making evaporators out of the wrong metals, and they were corroding too quick. And that's why I started manufacturing them with a better quality, 99% pure refrigeration aluminum instead of copper and other clad metals that corrode really quick. So that's why I kind of stuck into the niche of the SubZero, because I didn't see them knowing what they were doing, and I wanted to help out the customers. Plus, they pulled all their parts out of distribution. They got really hostile about 10 years ago and yanked all the parts out of distribution, said, and were accusing technicians, independent service companies, of overcharging customers, and which is BS. When you talk to and see the reviews online, you'll see that these SubZero is actually the ones that are severely overcharging. People have reviews online about it. Terrible. So that's anyways. So I need to end the video because it starts to get too long. I go on and on. But hopefully you'll watch the rest of the video. It's all interlaced into one, but there's like 4 different segments in it. You'll notice it. The transitions. Okay. All right. Once again, it's Michael Riley, ABA Appliance, and thanks for viewing my videos. And I hope you enjoy. This one is just kind of aggravating and humorous at the same time, and amazing that people can be so demanding for amazing reason that they don't want to pay anything to do anything, but they want everything in the world back to them, and that's the way this guy's. All right, take care. Thank you. Bye bye.
Oh, all right, I'm on.
All right.
Let me put my uh uh ear things in so I can hear you better.
Okay.
All right.
Good to be
So are you, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Yep.
So I don't know if you remember, but I got the back plate. It's it's not obstructed like I thought it was. I guess the panel sticks out a little further than I thought. So I didn't have to bend anything.
Okay. Yeah, it's got a gap. It's pretty good gap there. Because it's recessed or pushed out anyways.
Yep.
It's around it. So let me see the torch that you got there.
Okay, so I have it in the garage. I wasn't sure if you
Oh,
wanted to practice or if you wanted.
so you're in the house now, and that's where the unit is, right?
Yeah, correct. It's in the kitchen.
Okay.
So I've been playing around with let me see here. So I've been playing around with the torch, and I've noticed the fat one, the biggest one, is really fast, really quickly.
That
So
I don't know where you got that one on the right. Did that come with the kit?
it did. It's too hot. It's too hot. I've been practicing with this one,
Yeah,
and I
yeah, that's the 8.
yeah, correct. And I can like this one gets it super hot in like 2 seconds
Yeah,
or 3 seconds. It's too hot for me. It's too fast. Unless you say otherwise.
I'm surprised that came with the kit because the 8 is the one that usually comes with the kit. And that's the one you want.
Yep. It says A14. So actually that's even bigger. Um the 8, A8. I haven't even used this one. So this is the A8. This is the A14.
Oh, okay.
This one?
Um,
You
I
took
I'm gonna have to look because I you bought a whole kit with all you spent even more money on that kit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't want to buy a crap kit, and I figured, I would have it for the life of me.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I wasn't expecting because they typically they come with a number 8 tip. Just the turbo torch with it, it's got an 8, and it's got a lot of times has a little bit smaller one, but they don't have a whole kit of all of them. It's hard to tell on video which one is which. So you said, because the dimensions is just not real on this side of the camera.
Yep.
The number on the one that's on top is what?
The smallest one.
Yeah.
This is an A8. It says.
Yeah, A8. Okay, so that's the one that I'm talking about. 8.
Should I be using this one then?
That's the best one that
Okay.
yeah. The other thing is that it's smaller in dimensions and
Yeah, it is.
easier to get into places. So you don't want a really big one because it gets a little bit difficult sometimes when you're doing different
Yep.
brazing, that they're just so big and bulky and you can't get them in there where you need to braze.
Yep.
But the temperature is just fine on the 8. So
Okay.
so
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad I didn't use the biggest one, because you said use the biggest one, and I tried the
yeah,
biggest one, and
well,
it's too hot.
I meant from the normal kits. You bought something that's got even more tips, and I didn't realize you did that.
No, I bought the kit that you linked to me, so I bought that same exact one.
Oh, I didn't see that they had all those tips. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
So
Well,
yeah,
I've been practicing brazing, and these pipes are unfortunately extremely dirty. So I've been working. I've been working on
that's what you end
this.
up. That's what you end up dealing with when you do seal system repairs. You end up soldering into stuff and you just have to clean it up with the emery cloth.
Yeah. So I made 2 pieces, and
Yeah.
it's just practicing. There's
Okay, what you want to do is practice cleaning with the emery cloth better.
yeah. So
I'm kind of joking. I'm kind of joking, but I'm not.
I only cleaned the part that that was going inside. It's
Yeah.
cleaning this thing is not fun. So
Which,
I only
which
I
you
only cleaned.
let me say something real quick. What you usually end up doing is cleaning back as wide as the emery cloth is. And let me see your emery cloth before I say that. And you got a thinner, because they come in different widths. Let me see the side of it. Okay. Yeah, you want to clean it as wide as that emery cloth is.
Oh wow. So
Side.
I mean, I was getting lazy. So
That's what I said. You need to practice on getting it. Yeah. The problem is that you want to make sure you over clean it, because that's the most critical part of brazing. It's
yep.
not anything else. It's getting it clean so that the solder will stick. And
Okay.
if you don't get it clean enough, and back, especially if that dirty part is real close to where you're soldering, some of that can end up getting into and causing a problem with the sticking to the metal. So because it actually
Yep.
starts to liquefy, especially if there's grease or whatever, and it'll seep down into your joint, and then now you got a real problem. So yeah,
Yep.
to over clean it is better than not. So that's why I was
Yeah.
kind of laughing when I said you need to practice on cleaning, because yeah, that's barely cleaned far enough to where don't have to worry about it causing a problem with your brazing. So
Yeah.
that's the first lesson you learn, is that cleaning is and doing it farther. It's a lot of work. My wrists are just wore out from so many years of doing it, but just going back and forth with that. They have a metal wire brush. Don't use that. Um,
I've seen that. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
you have one that you can put on your drill and everything else.
Yep.
It's just, this is the best stuff, the emery cloth to use, but it takes
Yep.
a little bit of grabbing onto it and really going back and forth, and It's kind of a pain, but you can grab both ends of it, wrap it around it, and grab both ends, and then go seesaw it back and forth around on one side, go around it. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing is you grab both sides of it, and the tube is in the middle, and you're just like a almost like a shoe
shiner.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
And get it clean. And if you see any blackness or black specks, it's not clean. The grit on there missed a spot, and you got to keep doing it till it's silver looking. So
okay.
Yeah, that's really important. That's the most important, is how clean it gets. And yeah, show me one of the worst ones that you have there that it looks terrible.
Well, like for example, I practiced on this one, and this is where he told me to do the front, and like I didn't put enough on, so it didn't get to the bottom. There's a little gap there.
Okay, now let me go ahead, finish.
So keep in mind that some I put a little more and some I put a little less, and I kind of want to see what the gauge was. So this one would be a little too little, and one like this was like just slightly a little too much.
Right.
So I was trying to kind of get a gauge of of what it was, and then also I heated these joints up. Oh, and let me show you this swage I got. So got like something like this.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's what you need.
Yep.
Because that way you don't have the universal that has all those graduations on one bar. Because then it starts going deeper into the. But this is just, it'll take it up one step, and then you just tap it, and you don't have to hit it that hard.
Oh, you have to hit it. I mean, my question is, like, this one that came off this fridge originally, or it was probably replaced, but it's thick, right? The gauge of the copper is thick.
Yeah.
The one I bought from Home Depot is like it's a lot thinner. So I don't know what you sold me. I didn't take a notice at that. But is it the thick one or is it the thin one?
What are you talking about that I sold you?
Like so this one, right? Like this is thick. Yeah, the heat exchanger, the thickness of the tubing.
Yeah, that's right from the factory, and that's what is a thicker wall. When you get it from Home Depot, it's going to be thinner because it's not refrigeration tubing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I wanted to practice on some clean tubing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, this is
water tubing.
Yeah, I'm like, this is not the gauge, so I didn't use it.
Right. It's
so
water.
Yeah, I mean, it's
you can use it to practice. Yeah, no, it's
okay.
It's water tubing though. That's
okay.
Yeah, refrigeration tubing is a lot more expensive.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, and you're not going to find it at Home Depot. Home Depot doesn't sell refrigeration tubing.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the difference is, but I mean, you can use it because the burst pressure is not an issue, but that's why they use a thicker wall, is for burst pressure, but it's just not an issue, but they use thicker wall. So anyways, yeah, no, it's not like if you try to swage the tubes coming out of the compressor, those you have to really hit and knock them in. Nothing like that. Yeah, it's a little more work pounding on it, but it's nothing like doing the stubs off the compressor. Those are almost steel. They're just so short and they're so close to the compressor that they're hard to swage.
Yeah.
So what are you using to how are you doing the swaging?
Well, I had a vice grip.
Okay.
And I cut it into like 2-inch pieces or 1-inch pieces, and I was just hammering it. You know, I put the smaller swage in, and then I put a bigger swage in. And
Now,
the bigger swage was a pain in the ass sometimes.
oh, I know. So one of the things that you have to be aware of is when you swage these, if you have any solder on it, it's going to be really hard to swage.
Okay.
But when you go to swage something, usually what we always do is, and you do it as little as possible. You take off and get, because even sandpapering it is not going to change that. If there's solder on there, it's going to be hard to swage.
Got it.
It needs to be just the tubing. So what you do is you go back from the end of just as little as possible past that solder, any solder that's left on it, and
Yep.
cut it, and then it's just tubing, and then it's easier to swage, much easier to swage. Just keep that in mind. If there's any solder on there, it makes it hard to swage it. Plus, it's not a clean joint. If you're gonna do a clean joint, you always get off the old solder by cutting it off as little as you can go back. You don't want to go too far.
Yep. Yep.
Just losing tubing like he did with your capillary.
Yep.
So,
So
okay.
here's my question, right?
Yeah.
So the old dryer is still in there.
Yeah.
And as you recall, we cut it off and we pulled out the part that was restricted, right?
Right.
Now here's the question. Can we put that capillary tube into that dryer and try soldering it in, since it's either going to be garbage anyway? If do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I'm sitting here trying to figure out if I'm understanding you, because I'm not sure why you would want to do that. What we need to do is we need to put a new dryer on there and then put the capillary tube into the new dryer. I'm not sure why you would want to put it in the old one.
Well, yeah, I guess that, that's the question for you. I mean, let me show you the dryer.
Yeah, you don't want to use the plus. I think it broke off, didn't it?
It didn't. Let's see. Let me see. Ah, well, it's right here.
Yeah, it's cut off on the outside. Yeah, you don't.
That's too much, right? So we gotta get a new one on there.
Yeah, yeah, we need a new dryer because you're not going to be able to get that piece out of there, and
Oh, okay.
you can't solder into that. We have a
Okay.
problem inside the dryer where it's plugged up.
No, the plug was here. We cut that off. The plug is the I don't know where I put it, but the it's no longer plugged up. When you had me cut this out, the
Yeah,
plug was right here.
yeah.
It was a head. So in other words, are you saying the distance for this is too short to put the capillary tube in?
Well, you already have the capillary tube in there.
I don't. It's
That
not.
looks like it's the capillary soldered into the.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not right here. Right here.
Pull
It's not in.
the dryer out so the end is facing me.
Uh, are you sure? Yeah, I'm gonna bend
I
this
just
thing then.
well, and this is what you're going to learn right now is that you don't just grab it on the end and pull it out because you can end
Yeah.
up cracking something on the other end. So you're going to go
Yeah.
put your hand on the other side, on the right side,
Like this.
on the tubing, this tubing that's soldered in.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just your fingers, your forefinger and your thumb
Okay.
on
Yep.
the right tubing,
Yep. I
and
got it.
and you're gonna pull back, or you could do that. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with that too, because put the capillary up there to that. Did you make that bigger or something?
No, I cut. This is where I cut it. So I'm gonna refresh your memory. So originally, this guy cut it before he put this in, so it was already shorter. And then when you told me to cut it, I made it even shorter.
Yeah, but that's not the way that let me see the other end of the dryer. There, hold on 1 second here. Something's not making sense.
Wait, I mean, what do you mean? This is I guess, can you elaborate?
Yeah, it just something's not right there because I didn't see it before. You were only telling me about it. But that right there is
That's the way it is.
hold on 1 second here.
That's the way. I have a freezer next door that's exactly the same, and that's how it is.
Hey, no, that's fine. So the thing is that at the end of this is the end that you're looking at. You're showing me. Okay.
Yep.
My camera.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I see it.
And there's a tube that comes out.
Yep.
Comes out. But right here.
Yep.
Is where the score is. Now, if you didn't see that score, I don't know if can you see that score?
Yeah, I that part's cut off, but yeah, I mean, I see it on the new one.
Yeah, there's a score.
Yeah, I see it.
Right there.
Yep.
That's why I'm going, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, that's, I mean.
Yeah, no, the capillary, you got to have this, you've got to have this on here, and the capillary inserts into that because it's smaller.
Yep.
It's the size of the capillary.
Yep, I see it.
No, you're not going to go back into that dryer. The other thing is that you're playing a dangerous game here when you start going to using the old part and taking shortcuts.
No, well, that's why I'm not. I'm simply asking.
Oh, no,
I simply asked the question.
I know, and I'm just answering it the best I can. That's what you don't want to do that because you said that it was the so what you're saying is that in here is where the
Plug was.
Where it was plugged up and you cut it back behind it. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. Because
that's correct.
Too much when he was soldering the capillary. Okay.
He didn't put it in far enough.
Yeah, I just hate to use an old dryer. Once it's on there and you have a problem, you get it out of there because you don't want to do it a third time. And
you want me to get the torch and heat this up and get to remove this joint?
Can you move closer to that? Yeah.
Yeah, I can get a light. I don't know if let me get a flashlight.
There's
okay.
No light, no light. It makes it worse to see. Wow, that looks terrible. That's horrible. I mean, the discoloration of this and everything is just wow.
It's sealed at least. I mean, it was sealed for a week.
Yeah, it's just this is the worst case of somebody not knowing how to use a torch, and one of the worst cases I've ever seen. This is terrible. Okay, so there's a couple ways to go about this. I just hate seeing the tubing on the right side like there. It's as bad as that looks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at my other refrigerator, and it's similar.
It's not even close. Look at the discoloration on the other one. It's black almost.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, I don't know if I don't know if it was like that or not. So you know, I guess
that's from a torch.
that's from a torch. Okay.
Yeah, it's from overheating.
Oh.
I'm not sure why you try to negate things that I say, but
Yeah. No,
that
I'm
kind of
just
hurts me when you do that.
all right. I'm just not sure if it was like that. I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
that's from heating up from too much from a torch from oxyacetylene.
Okay.
So the problem that has my hesitation is it's already made the metal weak by
Weak.
overheating it. And so when you
Yep.
go and take a torch to it again, you could creating more of a problem. And plus, it causes carbon buildup on the inside of the tube when you overheat it so severely like this. So that's my concern. Is so what I'm looking at the possibility of here is pull the camera back so I see how much room you have here. No, I need to see the whole dryer.
Oh, sorry.
So now what I need you to do is to grab a hold of the tube on the right side, like I have in my hand. Wrap your hand around it, but move it back a little bit. Move your hand back to the right, and now pull up on with your left hand, pull up on that tube while you hold that and support that and bend it with your finger, right, your index finger of your right hand, the tube on the right. Yeah, it's gonna
Let me
against your hand.
let me get a little camera stand or something. Hold on a second, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
See, a technician, if I was working with a technician,
Yep.
I'd say bend that up and he would know exactly what to do to make it safely bend. I have to teach you how to do that as well. Okay, so that's what I was talking about. There's a lot more involved in my helping you than you even imagine. Because if
I get it.
pulling it up and bending it, you could actually crack the joint, the other joint on the right side.
Yep.
Okay, you might have it off.
Oh, what do you mean? Sorry.
Okay, it's not. It's fine. There was no sound or anything. I thought maybe it
Yeah, no, I was listening.
Okay. Okay, so what you want to do is grab a hole on the right side there, and you're going to push up on the left side of the dryer and bend it up slightly. But you're gonna have that. See, you're not holding it. You're bending it, and it's going to end up bending down at the bottom of the condenser. You need to control it where it bends by putting your right hand down. That's what you're doing with your right hand. You're going to bend it up there to the left of the joint, of the solder joint.
Okay, and I guess so. You want me to bend it out?
No,
or I guess
up.
Which way are we going?
Up.
Okay. Okay, and I guess so. You want me to put this up here, like that?
Look, I want you to get it at an angle like this.
Hold on. I can't. Okay, go ahead. I'm watching.
It's going to go up. Right now, it's down like this. I want to bend it up a little bit more. So control where you bend it on the right, so it's not bending down at the condenser. If you do that, you're at the condenser, you're going to crack it off the condenser.
Okay. Now I bent it up a little bit.
Yeah, and so with this longer like it's supposed to be outlet on the left, you're making more room for it there. This is what I was doing. Because you're at an angle diagonally. And then when you so let me see closer to the on the right side, before the solder joint. Yeah, there's two ways to do this, but one way I don't think I dare even have you try. One way is to take the that tube out of the dryer to desolder it and solder it back into the new dryer, but no, out of the dryer where it's soldered into the dryer.
Oh, right here,
No, to the left
right
side.
here.
No, to the
This one?
on the right side. On the right side, where it's soldered into the dryer.
Right here.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're a seasoned tech, I'd have you pull it out, desolder and pull it out, but I'm not going to do that. It's not easy to do sometimes. And we don't need to this stupid Zoom is going to end in 10 minutes unless you upgrade and pay them. That's ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, so we need to trying to think of the best way to do this. I know how I do it. I pull it out and put the new one in, but it's hard to get these out sometimes when they're to desolder them. And you're going to loosen up the other joint with the valve on it. The other tube that's coming out of the dryer with the valve on it, you'll loosen that up if you aren't careful and do it properly.
Yeah.
And then the other one will fall out. Now you got both of them leaking. And
yep.
So
can we? I know you said you don't like to reuse the dryer, but can we reuse the dryer and see?
Well, I'm probably going to regret this if we do. When we did this and you took that off, then Freon came out of the out of that left side of the dryer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. It came out right here.
All right.
I cut it off. Yeah, I mean, correct. That is correct. I made one cut that was further out from the capillary, from the heat exchanger,
yeah.
And there was no leak. And then we put the I cut it from closer to the dryer, about a half an inch or 3/4 of an inch from that other cut point, and then it immediately started leaking. And then the part I pulled out that was about 3/4 to an inch long, you can visually see the heat exchanger clogged with solder inside of it.
Okay. So yeah, I remember you just gently cutting it there, and then finally it started to seep out, and then it started to really leak when you cut it more.
Yep.
Okay, so all right. Yeah, I guess the thing is that what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to pinch the side of that tube on the left after you put the capillary in there. Yeah, you have to pinch it. You have to practice doing this so you don't collapse the capillary. You have to practice.
This one.
Yeah, you're gonna have to practice doing it on. And when you do this, you do it with pliers, and you grab it from the side and you pinch the side just the slightest bit, and it wants to keep slipping off, but you kind of got to put pressure on it and pinch it, and get that to collapse down on the side when the capillary is already in there and it collapses around it. You've got to make the hole smaller is what you're doing.
Yep.
Because when you go to put solder on this and you got a huge opening in a small capillary going there, you're gonna have to fill it with solder, and you're gonna have the same problem. Now, grab a hold of the capillary there. Yeah, just pull the capillary up in your hand. Just
Yep.
okay. So, from from the end of your finger to just slightly past the first knuckle on your finger, your index finger, is how much you're gonna probably insert it. Let me.
I'm sorry. So like this much?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and put it in there right now to that point. Just
Hold on, let me get comfortable here. All right. So hold on. Okay.
did it stop? Will it not go any further?
Well, I don't know how much pressure I guess how much do you want me to put in?
Well, does it easily go in?
It does. It does.
But it
It
looks
goes
like it
in.
stopped.
Let me see here. No, I mean, let me, it's on a term, so. I mean, it goes in at least an inch.
Is it going in and then stopping though?
No,
Any farther?
no, let me, you want, let me get a small little screwdriver. Because I'm pushing it. I need to let you know how far it goes in. I need to kind of straighten it out. So let me get a little screwdriver here. One like this. Let's see. Oh, goes in like a solid inch.
And then it stops.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're hitting the filters. Why? And that's why this dryer has to come off, because it has to go in farther than that.
Oh, it does.
Yeah. Yeah, or you take the risk of soldering the end of the capillary again. Now you're back where one.
So how far do you put it in? 2 inches then? Is that what you're saying?
It's got to go in like a couple inches.
Oh, okay. So
That's why it's so long.
okay, because it's so sensitive to the obstruction, right?
Yeah, I mean, it can cause noise. There's a lot of things that are reasons why it has to go in further.
Now, can I remove this joint? Is that a hard joint to remove?
Well, that's not the problem. The problem is that inside there is where the silica gel starts, and that's what
Okay.
you're running into. You
Okay.
can't force it in any farther because the silica gel is in the way.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do that. So the dryer, it's not going to be a huge deal. This stupid Zoom, I've never had this problem. I've been on Zoom for 12 hours before. I don't know why. They must have changed their policy, because this is supposed to be for over 3 users, or you're limited to 40 minutes. I only have one.
Yeah. Yeah. Here, I know the way. I'll just disconnect and reconnect. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. Stay there.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think that's going to change anything, because
All right. Here we go.
it's still counting.
It's still counting.
Yeah, 1:16, 1 minute and 16 seconds. It's going to shut me off.
I think you got to create a new one then.
Okay, so, yeah, I've never had this issue with Zoom. I've used this for a few years. They must have changed their policy. It's supposed to be, this is ridiculous. I'm gonna lose you here in about, well, a couple seconds, it looks like.
Yep.
Huh. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I sent you that link. I'm sitting here waiting, but you're not, it doesn't. Do you see me? Yeah, close it and reopen the link. I sent it to you again. There we go. No, it didn't. No problem. All right.
Yeah, we must have been in separate meeting rooms.
Yeah.
Anyway, so and I got the what's it called, the torch connected and everything,
All right.
ready to go.
Okay. It looks like it still is like maybe two. Can you just push device? I don't know why you're afraid to push device closer to the refrigerator, but I don't don't want this pushing. There you go. I just
Yeah,
want
yeah.
it to be pushing into the dryer instead of pulling away from the dryer.
Yep. Yeah, no, I get it.
Okay. So can you put the camera farther closer to the refrigerator? I just want to see where you're at in relation to the front of the refrigerator.
About 2 inches.
Okay. So what you're going to do,
I could torch straight down. That's fine.
no, you're not. No, you don't want to do that. There's a few reasons. I don't even go into it. Why?
Okay.
What you need to do is are you right-handed or left?
Right.
Okay. So you're going to hold the torch with your right hand.
Okay.
And you want to be on the right-hand side of it. And you're going to point it towards me more. Yeah.
Oh, out. Okay.
Exactly like that.
Okay.
Okay. And keep it, you see how it's going into plain air?
Yep.
Away from the body of the refrigerator, everything.
Yep.
Okay. And what you're going to do is you're going to heat it slightly from the bottom. Yeah, exactly. And heat rises. So you're going to heat it from the bottom. It's better without it. Yep. It's better without the light. No, don't put the light on it because it causes a glare.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Got it.
I can see the joint perfect right now. Okay, so go ahead and light that. Now, you need to put flux on here first. Now, this could possibly drip. So do you have a piece of cardboard you can put on the floor?
Yeah.
If you want to stay married, you might want to do that.
Well, there's a brick underneath it, so.
Yeah, you can't ever be careful enough with dripping.
Yep.
The solder might drip also. Okay, it looks like it's out too far. You want
No, I didn't move it. I didn't move it.
No, the cardboard. Move the cardboard closer to the refrigerator.
Oh, I got there's a brick here, so it's
Right.
overlapping. There's
Okay.
no way it's gonna fall.
Yeah, you're not going to be heating up over there, so you won't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I
just
get
worried
it
about
all
the
spread
floor.
out, so it's like a foot of coverage underneath.
Okay, So go ahead and put the flux on there. And when you put the flux on, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go take and dip it down into the bottle, and then you want to brush the end of the brush, pull it towards you, because you want to try to fill into the whole dryer there instead of going around it. So you're going to pull forward towards you.
Okay. So towards me.
Yep, just like that. And do it all the way around it.
So this way.
Yeah, you don't have to keep doing it. Just there's a lot of them, a lot of it on the brush.
Okay.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and some of that's going to drip off. That's why
Yep.
you need to have this down underneath there.
Okay. That's it, huh?
Yeah.
So, like I'm comfortable, I can do this, and I'll just I'm gonna just move my laptop. I don't want to torch my laptop. All right, so I'm just gonna do like this. This is the angle,
Right.
and I'm gonna go at the opposite end right here.
Yeah, and just beware where that flame is in your left hand, because you're going to get your hand really hot if you get it in the
Yep.
way of that.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tap, tap, tap. Once it starts melting, put it on.
Yeah, don't keep tapping it before. What the sign that you can look for is just watch the color of the tubing.
Okay.
Okay? You're going to keep this flame, the tip of the flame, on the dryer side, not the capillary tube. If you
Okay.
put it on the capillary tube, you're going to end up with the capillary getting bright red and the dryer side not as red.
So aim for the dryer.
Right on the shoulder. Yeah,
Okay.
not back farther.
Yeah.
You know, not down a ways. We don't want to draw it into the dryer. So it's
Yeah.
just on the you're heating the actual, you're hitting the metal of the dryer opening there, and not the capillary tube itself.
Yep.
It'll bleed over onto the, the flame will bleed over a little bit, but the tip you want it on the dryer side.
Now, should I only apply the solder
Once it gets,
one?
yeah, once it gets kind of red, then touch it.
Should I let it melt on one side or on both sides?
This is going to be so fast, you're not going to be making a decision like that.
Okay, so just
Because
that's what I thought.
There's such a small solder joint. It's
Yep.
going to flow all the way around because there's flux on it. So what you're going to do is you're going to heat it up, you're going to touch it, and you're going to go, you're going to see it wrap around and pull off right away.
So not a lot.
That's it. It's going to be like 2 seconds. 1 second, once you get it hot enough, you're going to put one touch on it, and that's it. You go keep touching it, you're going to be putting way too much solder. And that's what happens with these guys. Is this thing is such a small solder joint. It's just one touch of solder and it melts on there and you're off of it.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna turn on the gas.
Yeah, and let me see the flame first before you put it on the dryer.
Yep. Let me get situated here.
Okay. Turn the regulator. Is it all the way up or what? Where's the regulator at?
I'm sorry, it's over here. Did you say turn?
Yeah, turn it. Turn it. Where's it at?
It's
Open
over here.
or is it?
Do you want to see it or?
Yeah, I want to see the flame as you're doing it. No, I don't want to see the regulator. Leave the camera there. That's
okay.
fine. I just want to see the flame as you're turning it.
Yeah. No, I thought I was doing that. You didn't see it?
No, because you moved it over out of the camera view.
Oh, okay. Let me adjust. Let me adjust the camera then.
The
Right.
camera's fine.
Okay,
You just happened to, when you reached over there. It
yeah,
must
it's just a little loud, so I have trouble
No.
hearing you sometimes.
have- I know.
So
Okay.
is this, do you see it right here if I hold it here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to see what your field of view was.
So turn the regulator all the way open, and so you have as hot a flame as possible.
Yep,
Okay, good. That's good. So the blue flame inside. Wait, leave it on. Leave it on.
okay. Well,
A little. Okay, you have the flame shooting all the way out.
yep,
And then you have that little blue flame in just off the tip.
yes,
It's the tip of that I'm talking about.
yes,
That's the hottest point. That little diamond shape, like
yep.
it's bluish.
That's what I put real close to the solder point.
That's the hottest point, and that's where you're gonna put it on there. And as
Yep.
soon as you do, you're gonna see it gets hot really quick. And when it starts to get just slightly red, go ahead and touch that solder. If it doesn't flow the first time you touch it, just keep it on there a little bit longer, and it's gonna flow the second time. And don't wait too long.
Okay,
If it gets bright red, you're too hot. You don't need to be that hot.
okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna apply solder now.
Yeah. Okay, stop. Keep the flame on it. Keep the flame on. Okay, turn it off a second.
I'm sorry?
Turn it off for a second. Turn it, yeah. Don't pull the flame away when you put the solder on it.
Okay,
Because it gets that cold that quick.
yep,
As soon as you pull that off there, you're defeating the purpose. You need to keep it hot, and watch it turn kind of red, and keep the flame on there, and then touch it with the flame on there, and you'll see it flow, and then pull the both of them off.
okay.
But don't pull away every time like you're doing.
Yeah, no, I'm just
That's fine. You don't know how to do it. I'm teaching you.
being a little extra sensitive
I
with
know.
not heating it up too much.
That's how you learn.
Yep, all right.
Okay, take it off. Off.
Okay. Not enough?
You have the torch off?
Yeah,
Okay, I don't know if you can hear me or not. Okay, that's why I said pull them both off at the same time, because if you don't, you saw how quick it cools down and it sticks the solder to it.
yeah, it did. It
Now
got it.
that was a good thing. It showed you how pulling it off, it cools down really quick.
Yeah,
Okay, and that's why you pull them both away at the same time. So look at that and look, does it look smooth, or just look at it? Does it look smooth, or is there any black spots or like a crack where it didn't fill in the gap at all?
shit. I think from the bottom. Let me see here. I think I'm a little too sensitive towards. The top is fine.
Okay, best to put the flashlight underneath it. Exactly. Then you can see it. the flashlight's not, mirror's not in the way of the light.
I mean,
Okay, take a picture underneath without the light on. And take it at an angle from being closer to the refrigerator. I don't want it straight up and down. I want it at an angle. Yeah, exactly.
watch this. That's all black.
Yeah, do it so you can see when you're taking the picture. Otherwise, you're gonna get a blurry one or whatever.
Yeah, it needs some light.
Usually it's too bright.
It's too dark.
Now mine adjusts to the darkness and lightens it up. If you put night picture on, it probably would do that. Why do you do it backwards where you can't see what you're taking a picture of?
Well, the problem is the camera is better. The problem is I got these lights. Let me see here. It's like just,
Can you take the light, turn it off, and put the camera on night picture?
oh, there
You
we
ever
go.
do that?
Yeah, I'm trying, I don't
Choose a
know.
night picture. And it compensates for the aperture and it makes it brighter. You don't need the light. The light tends to wash it out. I never have good success with lights directly on it.
The problem is I have, it's lights, it's behind it, there are lights in the ceiling.
Okay, do it at an angle then, like either that angle or this, exactly. So you're not pointing right at the lights. Or do it from this side and point at the wall door, the
Let me-
opening over there.
Let me turn off some of these lights.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Where I'm sitting would be a good picture from this side.
Yeah.
Because you got the wall that you're gonna be taking a picture of, not the lights.
Still, like, I got this night mode on, but it's just not perfect.
It's fine. Having a hard time.
Yeah, it's
focusing.
just a hard time focusing.
Yeah, my phone does that. I can't stand it. I want to throw it away. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm gonna try the other end because it's,
Yeah, try it on this side also. Because from my view right here, where the laptop is
good.
it's good lighting behind it. It's just a wall.
I got it, but now it's fuzzy because it's noisy. The picture has noise. Blurry.
Okay, try with a flash on the camera,
Yeah.
because that'll cause an instant freeze. Hopefully it doesn't wash it out.
Blurry. Goddamn cameras.
I know mine's the same way. Every phone I've ever had is like that. They don't want to focus.
Can I just use the mirror?
Yeah, I was just wanting to see it.
Yeah, let me
you're not used to looking at it. I am, and
I mean, it definitely sucked it in.
yeah, it doesn't have to be built up. It's smooth in the whole crease where it's inserted,
Yeah, so
that you can actually see silver, that there's silver in there.
goddamn thing. Yeah, so I mean, one thing is the other side does not have excess on it. But I could see that it went.
Okay,
It went,
take a short video of it all the way around.
yeah,
See if that video will work.
yeah. But the solder did, yeah, I'll do that in a second here. But the solder did go in. Like, I guess I never had a clean solder so good that it's like I kind of wanted a little excess.
No, we're not going to do that. You
Yeah.
just need what you need. That's it. You go doing that, it sucks it in and goes in farther, and then that's where you end up with it. All you have to do is fill that just slightly, and you're off of it, and it's done. So just do a slight video, like 2-second video, 3-second video, where you slowly go around it and then stop it real quick. I don't want it to be too long, so you can email it to me. I don't think that's gonna that might even still be too big.
Yeah.
But you can show it to me on the camera here, and I can see it.
So you wanna
Yeah, just a really, really short, couple-second video.
let me try. Without the light? Well,
Yeah, there's plenty of light there.
blurry, blurry, blurry.
Yeah, I don't understand you doing it backwards where you can't see the
Yeah, yeah, let me try it again. Well, because the camera is better.
Yeah, but you got to see what you're doing.
Unfortunately, it's oh, here's a, you know what, this angle is good. Let me try taking a photo. It's like it wants to focus on everything but this.
Yeah. So put your hand behind it as you're taking a picture, or put
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
it keeps the focus on just the item, or it helps to do it. Then it's not trying to focus in the background.
It's still blurry. I'm not getting the best camera results here. Let me try.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm not getting like one clear shot. Let me try night, like you said. Focus on this damn thing. Take all these damn photos. And the one where oh,
You try turning the vise counterclockwise and turn it so you can see the joint. The joint is not, the dryer's not sticking straight out now, but it's
oh,
more
that might be
left.
better.
So it's more to the right over there. Yeah, yeah. And then take a picture and you'll be getting the background of the refrigerator grill there.
Yep.
See if that helps. And you won't be getting the upper lights either.
Well,
Yeah,
No.
keep it in so it's exactly. You don't
well,
want
that's,
getting those lights and
it's still a little noisy, but it's better.
let me see.
Um, It's a terrible photo.
But I know, but just let me see what the best when you can you make it bigger?
Yeah, I could try taking better photos now from this angle. That's a terrible photo.
Yeah, I can't really tell.
Yeah, let me look now from the ground with the light. Yeah, there's definitely excess solder at the top. And
Yeah, I was trying to get you to stop, but the noise, you couldn't hear me. You had it on there way too long.
oh shit,
Once you
really?
get it hot, you need to just get it on and off. I mean, it's like 1 second.
Okay.
You're holding it on there to like fill it up or something, and that's not what you want to do.
The solder.
Yeah, you're not filling anything. You're just touching it. It melts and it's done because
Oh,
that's what the flux does. The flux
Yep.
makes it travel
yep.
and takes it around the whole joint. So you don't need to sit there and hold it on. Same thing with when we get to the other joint. And I wish you could hear me when you're doing this, but you can't be on there too long.
Yeah.
I just really would like to be able to see this joint.
I guess let me try taking some photos. Without light. Just
is the flash still on?
no. Oh, that's better. Fortunately, you're not getting inside. Okay. Oh, here's a good one.
Okay, let me see.
Well,
We're gonna lose our time here if we don't get this.
there's a shadow, unfortunately. Let me see if I can take care of the shadow.
Huh. I can't really,
So,
there's too much solder on there. It's hard to see what's what.
yeah.
Yeah, you got way too much solder on there. More is not better when you're doing brazing with
Yep.
solder. You got to keep that in mind. The less is better.
Yeah, there's very little solder at the bottom. It's just
Yeah, but that's not the point. It's not about how much. It's
yeah.
is there a void of solder in the joint?
No, I don't see one.
That's all we care about. We don't care about how much is on there.
Yeah, no, I do not see a void. That if that's the question, I do not see a
Yeah, well,
void.
that's all we care about. That it's sealed all the way around. And it becomes difficult to see that when you have too much solder on it.
Yep. Yeah, no, I
It
get
causes
it.
bulging and everything else, and that's makes it more difficult to see.
Yeah, no, I'm looking now, and there's definitely not.
Now, there's definitely what?
Definitely no gap.
Okay.
No
And
gap.
it looks like it's smooth with solder all the way around
Correct.
between the capillary tube and the dryer.
Yeah, it looks like it sucked it into the other side. Cause I applied it from one side and the back side, it looks like it just sucked it in.
Okay, as long as it looks like it's smooth and it's filled up all the way around, that's all we care about.
That looks like that is correct.
Okay, because once we get this solder on the other side, and now what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to I'm gonna have to see you solder something else before we try to do this right side, because you just practicing and stuff, you've gotten the wrong idea about how much solder to put on here, and this is dangerous.
Okay.
Less is better, and how you do it, and having the torch on there, you know, keeping it on like I told you to do. Keep it on when you're touching the solder, but don't keep touching it. Pull the solder off and then the torch so that you don't get it stuck also.
Yep.
Can you can you turn that even more so I can see the solder joint here, the side of the solder joint? Move is it possible? We're running out of time.
Oh, we are.
10 minutes. So I can see the solder joint better with the camera on here. Okay, it's almost out of the picture frame.
Oh, really? Oh, sorry.
Put the mirror behind it. And it looks to you like there's solder all the way around and there's not a gap or anything?
Correct. It looks very skinny on the back, but it makes a seal on the ring. On the correct.
Yeah, the opening's it's not void of solder.
There's no point that it's void of solder.
Okay, so hopefully that's the case when we get the other side soldered. And all right. So I just wish you could take a decent picture of it and let me and show it to me. Maybe there's another phone in the house that takes better focus.
Better photos.
Mine is the same way, so I'm not criticizing your phone.
Yeah, no,
Every phone I've ever had, the focus sucks on them.
yeah.
It's just amazing that they can't get it right. You're pulling in, pulling back. It's just ridiculous. It's like, then you go to push the button to take the picture and it goes out of focus.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Especially close-up stuff.
Well, here I'll can email you one. Well, let me try now.
But
Nice. It's either too dark, too bright.
yeah, even dark is fine as long as it's somewhat focused. And doesn't have to be perfectly focused.
Uh, getting better.
That's not you, it's the phone. It's just the way they are. They don't work well, especially close up.
Yeah, well, I don't think they design phones for HVAC guys or refrigerator guys.
Well, there's a macro feature on them, but usually that's really close. I mean, you could try the macro and see if it helps.
Here, I'll send you one. I mean, it's
You sent it to email or to my cell phone because the phone number you called was the landline.
yeah. Let's see here. Paste. All right, so I just sent an email. Let me see if I can get a better picture. One second. All right, let me try again. Yeah, it definitely needs light. This dark mode crap doesn't work here. I mean, I just keep trying to take some pictures for you.
Yeah, I see that this picture is fine the way the one you took. Um just trying to decipher um, there's just a lot of garbage on there. Trying to decide where the solder joint is. I mean, I can't really tell.
Yeah, let me
So when you look at the picture, I'm not sure what's what here.
it's yeah. Let me
Okay, so that's the beveled part. Just up in there, there's the. Yeah, I think it's covered. It's like there's too much on there. I can't really tell what's going on. Yeah, you put quite a bit on there.
macro.
Okay, so when I'm looking at this picture, can you go back to the one you sent me?
Yep.
Um, where it's all black it looks like that's where the solder joint is.
Yeah, the colors didn't come out right. But it's not actually black. But that's where the solder is. So there's excess solder on one side, which looks like black, and then there's only enough solder on the other side to fill that the gap. Yeah, that it.
So where's the joint at? Underneath the black, or is it? No, it's up to the right of that, right?
It's. Let me show you here. So, do you see my phone?
No, hold on one second. Let me go back. Yeah, go ahead.
It's right here,
That's just the joint
right here.
where the capillary went in.
Yep.
Okay, so it's underneath that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if there's that much solder on there, it's probably covered. I mean, that's a lot of solder. Yeah, I didn't know you were on there so long feeding so much solder. I would try to get you to stop.
Yeah, no, I mean it was so quick.
I know it is, but that's why I say you just put it on, get it off right away.
Yeah, it kind of went too quickly for me. As soon as I realized it, I pulled it off.
Okay, so what we need to do, especially because it's so close to the condenser, is we're less than a minute here.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, how you doing?
Good. Yeah, I didn't know if you were still sleeping. I was waiting for you to message me. Sorry, I didn't know what the expectation was.
No problem. I'm just looking at all these things, these extra things they give you when you pay for the Zoom. Um, so have you done anything?
I have not done anything now.
Okay. So where are you at?
I'm in the kitchen. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see. I just didn't know where the refrigerator was.
Yeah, yeah. It's right next to me here.
Okay, so um, what we need to do is you just need to make sure that we get the right temperature and everything on here before we get on that condenser line, because we don't want to do anything wrong here. We'll have a big
Yep.
so what do you got set out right now? You have the
Well, I guess I have everything over here in the room next door. So I have nothing set up, but it's right next door here.
all right. So I guess if you're ready, we start. Do you usually do this out? Did you do it in there, or you do it outside? Where do you usually do it?
Well, before the time that we did it last time, I've usually just been doing it right by the garage door, since
Okay.
it's easy to kind of keep all the junk out there with during
That
practice.
keeps the noise down too if you're not doing the actual work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, Plus there's a little bit of
Yep.
odor and stuff sometimes.
Do you want me to just get quickly set up and I'll do some practice brazes, or
Well, that's what I want to do is
Is
just
that
go
the goal?
ahead and all you need to do is just have your torch and a
Okay.
piece of copper. I mean, there's no real setup or anything.
Yep. Yep.
Um, and then I just want to start from the beginning with the torch to make sure we get it regulated properly, everything, and so we get temperature right.
Yep.
So yeah, when you're ready to
Yep. I could do it now. I'll probably just need less than 5 minutes to connect the bottle and everything.
that's fine.
All right, I'm gonna be in and out, so just ignore me for a little bit.
All right.
All right. All right.
And then you don't have to worry about it right this second necessarily, unless it doesn't look like it's windy there at all.
It's not.
Yeah.
There's no wind.
Anytime I mentioned that before is you have to worry about any kind of breeze because it cools down the torch and the tubing that you're heating. Do you always take that off when you're done?
When I don't use it for an extended period of time.
Yeah, what I do is I wrap the hose around the top, around the regulator. Then it's always on there and ready to go because the valve is shut off. So and then you have the valve on the handle also. Yeah, I usually just leave that regulator attached from the day you get the tank until you're done with it. That way everything's together. And the other thing is that no dirt gets into the either end of the, like into the regulator end and gets into the regulator. Because there's no cap anymore once you buy it and take the cap off. So
Yeah, that's
dirt
very-
can get in there.
very good point.
Yeah. So I just take the hose and wrap it around the top of the regulator there, and then it's hanging in, and it's always ready to go.
Okay.
And it's just a suggestion. It saves a lot of time.
Yeah, no, that's I'll take you up on that. I got nothing to hold it, so I just brought my vise. I guess, do you want me to get a piece kind of going, or?
Yeah, take an old piece because I want to try to imitate what we're dealing with on the condenser, and that's old tubing. It doesn't always it's not always exactly the same as using new tubing. And that's what we have on the condenser is an old piece of tubing.
Yeah, it's pretty, yeah, it's pretty dirty, but
yeah, that's fine. It looks like the end of that may allow that coil of tubing that the new tubing you had there. Is that, yeah, the new tubing?
it's the Home Depot tubing.
Is that going to fit inside?
No, I need to make it bigger.
Okay. Yeah, and just go ahead and do that real quick. With the stretcher.
I hate this tool.
Yeah, reaming it might be, you might end up getting metal shaved off.
Yep.
So you don't want to turn around like that. You want to kind of squeeze it as you're turning it. And
yeah, that's what I was doing it.
Squeeze and let up, squeeze and let up, but don't put pressure on it and then just turn it. Because you're gonna end up possibly ripping metal inside, and it's gonna get inside the tube. Yeah, like that. Yeah, otherwise you could end up with a shaving, and it just takes a small shaving and you're done.
Yep.
especially if it gets in the heat exchanger.
So what were you doing up at 3 a.m.?
Working. I'm always working.
Oh, wow. Thought you were drinking margaritas and eating pizza.
No, I'm working 24 hours a day. I gotta go up to Flagstaff to do a repair this week too. Can't get anybody that knows what they're doing. It's ridiculous. This,
All right, I got. So you're gonna do an actual repair?
I have to. The guys, yeah. So does that go in there real easy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Medium easy. Medium easy.
It looks like it's wobbling a little bit inside.
Barely.
Yeah, yeah.
Not much.
What you want to do is you want to actually have to be able to force it in,
Yeah.
twist it so that it's tight. So you kind of got to get used to that tool so that you don't overstretch it.
Yeah, I kind of did it quickly with you, but yeah, when I would do it on my own, I would take me like 5-10 minutes. I would do it real slowly.
No, I'm just bringing points up.
Yep.
So when you do it on the so because otherwise if it's a little bit of slop, and then the reason is if there's a little bit of slop in there, you're going to end up getting solder that wants to fill that whole gap, and even though it's small, tiny,
Yep.
it's going to get too much solder in there. So go ahead and clean the end of that tube with emery cloth now.
Yep. Let me turn off this Zoom optimized audio crap.
Is it hard to hear?
No, it's not that. It's remember when I was torching last time?
Yeah.
That's like it tries to mute that.
Oh. I'm not familiar.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like background cancellation.
Yeah.
It's like wind or a siren or what,
Right.
Anyway, so you said to
Yeah, go ahead and clean up that tubing. And after you clean it, when you set it down, you don't want to set it down in the part that you sanded.
Yeah,
So
I know.
You almost want to set it on like a tool that's propped up, and that sanded part won't touch anything.
Yep.
Otherwise, you got to do it again.
Yep.
But that's the thing that techs will do is they'll sand it, then they'll set it on the ground, and it just got dirt on it.
All right.
Yeah. Now, what you need to do is go ahead and pull that out. You need to sand the dirty one.
Yep.
The old one.
On the outside, yeah.
Yeah, and across the bottom, the hole. Because that's where the solder is going to go, is across the hole.
Yeah, this is where I got a little lazy when I was practicing because this thing's dirty as crap.
I know. That's why I want you to do it.
I know. But yeah.
Yeah, because that's what you're going to have to deal with on the condenser. You got to get it clean, and you got to,
no, the condenser is pretty clean. I mean, I'll do a refresh, but the condenser is in a clean, almost perfect state. Needs a touch up though. Man, I don't know what
across the hole when you're done with the outside.
Yeah. It's
Because remember, the solder's not gonna go on the outside of the tube there. So you don't have to
know.
worry about cleaning all that up like you're doing.
I'll just,
Solder's only gonna go on the rim, the rim of the edge of the hole.
yep,
Unless you go and put a bunch on there, but that's not gonna do any good anyways.
Yep.
Because that's not where it seals. It seals right there where where you're doing that.
the end is clean.
Okay, that's the most critical spot across the hole.
Yep.
'Cause that's where it's gonna seal on that tube when you push it in there. Okay, now you put it inside and I can see the slop. Okay, so go ahead and I turn the vise 180 degrees. I want to be on the other side of the tube when you do it.
Like this?
Yep, because I want to be on this side so I can see the joint better.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead and
Put the brazing flux.
yeah, 1 second. Maybe bring the tube down. Look at my hand.
Yep.
Bring the tube is up in the air right now. Bring it down so it's horizontal. Just go straight down from where it's at. You don't have to turn it or anything. Just go straight down. No. Just leave it where it was.
Okay.
And go straight down. You can go towards, you can back it up towards you if you want. That's fine.
Like
You can back it up there. Yeah, I want it in that position.
Like this?
Yep.
Up?
Yeah,
I gotta adjust it so you can see it though.
that's fine. You can pull it away a little bit and it'll be fine. Okay,
How's that?
that's fine. So now turn it just slightly towards me, but still it looks like it's leaning towards you just a little bit.
Yep, it was. Okay, now it's leaning towards.
Just
You.
slightly there. That's good. Okay, now normally you're gonna have it up and down as the ideal position when you do a solder joint. You gotta try to. You can't always do that.
Yep.
It's a tube like at the condenser, it's coming up, it's gonna be at an angle. But
Yep.
so you want it to be, but when you heat it up and do the solder, gravity is gonna cause it to go down. So if you have it sideways, it's gonna want to pool on the bottom and get a bunch of solder on the bottom, especially if you put too much. And you've already seen that done. You've
Yeah.
already seen that happen. Because
Yep.
I've seen some of the solder that you did. This you'll touch on the joint there when you heat it up enough, and it'll just go down inside the joint, and then you're off it.
Yep.
And it doesn't pool on one side or the other.
Yep.
Okay, so go ahead and
Put the flux on.
yeah, go ahead. And remember, brush down into the joint.
So should I pull it up or just push it? Take it out and
No. Leave it in.
leave it in like
And
this.
just brush down so that it goes into the joint.
Yeah, there's a lot on here.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
And push hard when you do it. Go across the joint. So you
Okay.
kind of force it into the joint. You want it to get down inside the joint there.
Yep.
That's gonna that's good. That's good. And that's gonna attract the solder and allow the solder, make the solder flow. Because it
Yep.
makes sure it's clean and it makes it flow and bond.
Yep.
So always, every time you put flux on, do it in the direction of the joint so it goes into the joint, and do it hard across the joint.
So if I'm applying it, I should go like this,
Yep.
not like
No,
this,
straight down. Just straight down. Yeah.
or just, it doesn't matter, like brushing it like this,
You're going in a circle. I just go straight down.
like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
just strokes down.
Okay.
All you're doing is just forcing it into the joint all the way around.
Yeah. Well, I guess the question is with, I don't know if this is like a horse or brush at the end. What is this thing?
Yeah.
It's a brush. So do I brush and jam the things in there or no?
No. You're just going across the joint.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. But the paste will push down in there. That's why I say when you go across the joint, just push a little harder, so it kind of like forces it into the joint.
Yep.
Okay. And now what you want to do is point you use the torch right-handed or left? I forget.
Well, I think I'm gonna use the torch with my left hand because the
Okay.
braze, I can put this on better this way.
All right.
Is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine. So
Okay.
go ahead and now somehow we got to figure out how to allow you to know when I say something, because when the torch is on,
You know what? Let me get my headphones then.
yeah, that's fine.
Let's see here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right, I could hear you. All right. All right. Can you hear me again? I turned up the volume. Hey, your video stopped. All right.
I thought you were going to use actual headphones. That would keep the noise.
Yeah, no,
together.
these are headphones.
Now, headphones are what you put over your head. Those are called something else.
I know.
You can't fool me. No, it doesn't matter, but hopefully you can still hear with those, because that's not going to block the sound of this out. It gets the noise closer to your eardrum, my sound, but it doesn't block out this. The headphones would actually block this out. Anyways, hopefully you can hear. So go ahead and get that joint back in the picture if you can, so I can see the joint.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh, where is it? Right here. Okay, so it's right here.
There you go.
Kyle,
Okay.
is that good?
Yeah. And go ahead and start. We'll see if you can hear me with the torch on.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna torch it. I'm just gonna kind of get things going, and we'll see how things are. Things like at an angle.
That's really weird that I can't hear it at all.
Yeah, it's the beauty of the you can't hear it at all. Huh?
No, I'd like to hear it.
I know you would. Let me see. It's the beauty of technology. It's just it doesn't want you to hear it.
Yeah.
Original sound
Yeah, try that.
recommended for musicians. Audio. Use separate audio. Automatically adjust. I'm gonna turn off this automatically adjusting.
Okay.
Advanced. Oh, echo cancellation. I don't know what the hell that is.
Can you hit like a default where it goes to the default settings?
Live performance audio. This is in Zoom, so this is Zoom settings. Let me try that. It's in live performance audio.
Okay.
Let's see what that does.
Might have to bring the camera down just slightly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make, before I do anything, I want to validate this sound.
That's fine.
Can you hear it now?
I heard it light that time, but I don't want it too
You hear it?
overwhelming either. It's fine. It's fine the way it is.
Can you hear?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's real light, and that's all. I don't want it to be overwhelming. Otherwise, that's all I'm gonna hear.
Do you want me to do my
Yeah,
thing?
go ahead and
Do
do it. So heat up from below the joint on the bottom portion of the joint.
right here.
No,
Yep.
no, right on the collar. Yep,
Yep.
right there. And do it from down up. You're going up down. Exactly. Always heat away, and it drops just slightly, and then just touch the end of that and see if it melts. Just keep touching. Keep it on there. Keep it on there. You keep pulling it. No, get it off the top tube. Get it on the bottom tube.
What do you mean? All right, I'm gonna stop.
No, you move the
I'm gonna
torch
stop.
up to the top tube. Don't do that. Keep it on the bottom tube. Keep it always below that joint. When you
Okay, like this.
right, always, because what you did is you moved up to the top tube, because that's
Okay.
where what you want to do that, because that's where you want it, because that's where your solder is. But you don't want to do that because
Yep.
you start burning the flux in the. See, you want to stay off the flux too, because it incinerates the flux, and that's why you do it from below. The heat's going to transfer
like this
through that tube. So even if you're
okay,
try to keep the flame off the exact joint. You keep it just slightly below so that you see the blue hitting just slightly below. It's going to heat that tube up at 1700 degrees. The top tube's going to get heated up too, even though you're not hitting the torch.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and when it starts to flow, the solder, you got to teach yourself to keep that. You want to pull it off. Don't. You got to keep that torch exactly where you had it from the beginning and just start touching very little touch. God damn it.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Hello.
Yep.
How can I help you? What location are you at? Yeah, I can't even communicate with that pharmacist there. She doesn't know what she's doing. I think my whole thing is screwed up. I talked to corporate. I'm going over to Idaho now. You can forget ever filling my prescriptions there ever again. Thank you. Okay, thanks. All right, so so yeah, that's the critical, most important thing is that you keep that heat on there, because it cools down really quick, and then you got to heat it up again, and that's when you start way too much solder on. Okay.
Yep.
You want to touch it when it's heated up and it starts to flow. Don't feed it in though. Don't keep it on there. All you're going to do is touch it, pull it off, the solder.
That's it.
You're going to
It's
see
like, so
it melted a bunch of solder, and I already saw that joint.
Yep.
Try to get closer with that so I can see what you did already.
okay.
Cool. Is it cool where the vise is holding it? It should be.
Yeah, I can touch it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
unvise it and bring it closer to the camera so I can see the joint. I'm afraid you don't need any more solder, and you want to
No.
keep going with it. Doesn't it look like it's sealed all the way around?
100%.
Yeah. So why would you want to keep going? That was the impression that you were giving me, that you were going to put more solder on it. No. You see how you just barely touched it and it went all the way around?
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. And you're off it right away with the torch. That's why I stopped you. Because the solder, if the flux is on there, if it's clean and the flux is on there and you force it in, when you just touch that solder and it's hot enough, it's going to flow all the way around. Get off it. You're done.
Got it. Got it.
So cut that.
Can I try again?
Yeah. No, you know what? No, I'm going to have you do something else. Go ahead and put it back in there like it was in the vise. Don't cut it.
Okay.
Okay, now here's something you got to follow my directions on. Do not twist this with any force whatsoever. But you're going to take pliers and you're going to grip it gently so that you don't damage the tubing on the outside of the tubing.
Yep.
Because the pliers will put ridges.
Are you going to ask me to heat it up and pull it off?
Yeah, I'm going to have you remove it.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about because I practiced the removing, and I understand what you're saying. Don't twist.
No,
because it'll just
wait till it
break.
comes loose. You're barely putting a little pressure in one direction as you're holding the tube, and as soon as that lets go and you kind of wiggle it back and forth, the pliers and you're just gently wiggling it back and forth. And as soon as it lets go, keep the torch on there, and it will wiggle out. Go ahead.
Making sure that. Oh, I just want to make sure it's wide enough. Okay. All right.
It'll start coming loose, and it's real typical that you have to heat it a little bit more before it'll finally pull out easily. So that's why you got to keep that torch on there. And get into the habit of heating it below the joint.
Yep, I'm heating it below.
Because there's solder down inside there that you need to get loose. Looks like it's starting to turn to liquid. So gently go back and forth with the pliers.
Okay.
Okay. Instead of that wiggle movement, actually do this. Look.
Hold on. I can't see you because
I know.
Hold on, because it's.
That's fine.
Okay, now I can see you.
Okay, instead of
Wiggling.
instead of doing like this,
Yeah.
don't do that. I'm talking about twisting back and forth.
Okay, got it.
Okay, don't wiggle up and down because that you end up getting the tube. It's so soft, it starts to open up and warp it stretches the inner tube. You can also break that tube off. So what you want to do is twist back and forth. I'm going to exaggerate.
Okay.
So
yeah, I get it.
Just kind of putting pressure back and forth, and when you pull it out, do the same thing. Just keep moving it and pull up at the same time when you're doing that, and it'll pull out.
Okay.
That way you don't distort the tube inside by pulling it sideways.
Okay.
Okay. So now you have it out, and I wanted to do that for a reason. It wasn't so much just removing it. It is putting a tube back into the joint that's already have solder on it. Okay.
Yep.
And that's what you're dealing with a lot. So let me see both of those tubes. Are they hot?
Half hot.
I brought that up because a lot of times people forget that they're still hot. That's why I
Oh
asked.
no, I don't forget. I just
Okay,
send it.
so you see the solder on the end there. There's a little ball of solder on the very end.
Yep.
Okay, so when you deal with a tube like this, go ahead and sand it just a little bit on the outside. And remember, you don't have to do a big job because right on the collar is where it's going to solder. So the side of it, you don't have to do it up, 3 inches, or you don't have to do that. It's just down at the end of the collar. Get it pretty good, and then across the hole.
Yep.
You see how much harder it is to clean it when it's been brazed?
Yep.
Because it's got solder on there, and yeah, this is just practice, so that's good enough. And then go across the hole. Yeah.
Yep. And then this part.
Yeah, and the same thing on the other tube. I can't see it.
Oh, you can't. Oh. Okay.
And then do the side of it also.
Yep. Oh, on this side?
Yeah. Okay, so that's good enough because we're just practicing. So now, will it fit in the hole or no? A lot of times,
Yep, it will.
Okay, a lot of
It will.
times, yeah, it's not going all the way in because it has solder, and that's typical. So what you're going to do is you can either
No,
okay,
it goes. It goes in. It goes in. It
okay,
goes in at least like a.
yeah, that's it. Okay,
It's a good amount.
so you can, if it doesn't, and this isn't about this one, it's about any ones in the future. If it doesn't, you
Yep.
can either heat the tube up below and then twist it slightly and move it down into the joint because it'll soften it up and then it'll be able to move all the way in.
Hold on. So to clarify that, heat.
You're gonna heat the
So
lower
you're
tube.
saying
Yeah,
heat the tube like this, and then
with the
hold it
tube
with
in there.
pliers.
With the tube in there.
Oh, so you heat it up and then
And then
try
just
to put
take
it
the
down.
pliers on the top tube and just kind of twist gently down. And
Got it.
when it softens up the solder that's in that lower tube, that's why it can't.
Yep.
There's still some solder on the surface. That's why it doesn't go in as easy. So the other thing also is when you heat this up, sometimes you can almost get it to seal without putting more solder on it because there's still solder there. And the solder liquefies, and there's solder on both pieces, the top piece and the lower piece, from being soldered before. But usually you want to put just a slight bit more, just a touch. You're not feeding it all. Don't keep it there. The solder. So go ahead and heat it up after you flux it. You always have to flux it again regardless. So go ahead and flux it. But you saw how quick that solder went all the way around with just one touch. And you actually were on it too long with the one touch.
Well, let me use my judgment how much I think it should be, and we'll see how it looks, because I'm always scared of putting a little too.
No. This,
what I'm getting at is I always put a little. I feel
I
worried
don't
that
want you
I'm
to
gonna
put more
a,
on.
no. That's what that's what I'm gonna do less than what I've been doing is what I'm saying.
I know, but one of the things about you is that you want to make it more perfect than it was. And I know that
Okay.
because you've talked about so many things from the beginning. That's not going to happen. If you put more solder on,
Yeah.
you're going to have the potential of making it worse and actually causing a problem where there's solder inside the joint. So that's just doesn't fly with this. That's why I said no. I know where you're going.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm getting at is I'm trying to figure out through practice how little I can put on that's good enough. You know what I mean? Because like I feel if I put a little on, then sometimes it doesn't go all the way in the back.
If you have a shot, if you have the when you're sideways or whatever, that's the case sometimes. And a lot of times, if you're up and down like this, vertical, that typically isn't the case. If it's clean and you have marks on it, okay, because it will just wrap around. What happens when it's sideways is the gravity takes it down, and it won't go on the back side because it's going down. In the backside, it's sideways. So it just flows right past it. But when it's vertical like this, it has nowhere to go but just sit in that groove.
Got it.
It can't go, especially if you don't use too much. If you just use enough, it goes into the groove, absorbs into the groove, and that's it. And it looks like a factory seal. That's why all the factory seals are barely any solder, because that's all.
Yeah, barely any.
Exactly. That's what you want. You don't want to overdo it. Too much in this case is not good. Adding more is not good. What happens? Here's the other thing that happens, because I got to really make this point to you, because I know how you are. What also happens is you get air bubbles inside the solder. And if you add more solder, you're going to have air bubbles in there trapped. And as it's cooling, the air bubbles are going to pop. And then it leaves a tiny, tiny leak. All you want is just enough to fill it, and that's it. So you have less chance of air getting trapped in this also. Okay. Yeah, please get that thought of more is better. Please just
yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Now keep it on the lower tube angled up because heat rises. Yeah, drop it down off the joint. Down. Move it down. The torch. Yeah, down there. Exactly. Don't be on the joint. You'll see it starting to get liquid when it's ready. Huh?
Okay. Well, I put less than what I'm usually do per your advice.
I can't tell when it's flowing or not flowing. So I saw it about 3 times, and I don't know if you were testing it or if it was flowing.
It was not flowing until the last time, and then I pulled it shorter than I normally do. So I'm still trying to find the. That's kind of my practice problem. You know what I mean?
Okay, now one other thing is I want to see it from the side of the torch. So I need you to point the torch from the other side, like in your right hand. Use it with your right hand.
So
I need you to almost.
Do you want to see the weld?
I want to see the torch tip. So I need to see the side of the torch.
Oh, like this?
Yes.
Like this?
I want to see how close you are to the. I can't see it when you're on this side.
Okay.
Because
So I have a question because so I'm like right here,
yeah,
right?
it looked like you were too
So
close.
not
Okay? It
yeah,
looked
yeah.
like you
So
were too close.
I'm like right here, right? So this is too low, right?
Yeah, you know
This
what?
is too
You
low.
gotta stay off the joint. You keep wanting to go up to the joint, moving up. Stay
Yeah.
just
Well,
slightly below it. Okay?
how can you give me a gauge like how much is slightly below it? Like half a tip
Right there.
below, one
No,
like
just
this?
slightly. So the flame is not hitting. Here's the judge. The flame is not hitting that joint. If the flame
Got
is
it.
hitting
Okay.
it, you're too high.
Got it. Okay, got
The
it.
flame is just slightly below it. I'm talking a millimeter. That's fine. Just
Got
don't
it.
have any part of the flame on the actual joint.
Got it.
That's the answer.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it looks like you're too close. I could tell that. And what's going to happen if you're too close is it's going to take longer to heat up. And you sit there and sit there and sit there and wait. If you have it in the right place, that joint's going to heat up really fast. I mean,
Okay.
really fast, because the hottest part of the flame, is this working or it's clocking them? Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you
Great.
100%.
I know this was clocking, so I wasn't sure if it started acting up. So the hottest part of the flame is the tip of the flame. So if
Yep.
you're in the flame all the way, like halfway or too far into the flame, by being too close, you're not getting the hottest part of the flame.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
and it's going to take longer to heat up. And it looked like that's what was going on there. And I could tell
That
that,
is correct.
yeah, I could tell that you were so close to it seems like the closer you would think, the closer you get, the hotter it is. No, got to back up to the tip of the flame, because the tip of the flame
Okay.
comes out in almost like a triangle.
Yep.
And so you're going to hit the tip of the flame, and that's where it's slightly a different color too. And that's where it's going to
Yep.
be.
Okay. Well, that's new information. So that thank you.
I've actually mentioned it before, but when you're learning, you don't remember everything. Nobody does. So
It's tough.
no, I know. I know. That's why I keep going over it.
Yeah.
Because you can't grab everything at once. You're going to key on certain things, and then I got to keep reminding you of other things. So go ahead and just desolder this one again. And I want to see where the tip of the torch is. Excuse me.
I'll hold it.
Yeah. Just
I'll
make
hold
sure.
it perfect.
Yeah, make sure the side, I'm seeing the side of the flame. So it's perpendicular to the.
Hold on, I didn't get the pliers.
Yeah, if you look at the flame, you'll see that it looks like you're a little too close right now. Back it up. And you'll be able to tell as you keep doing it, wow, it's getting hotter. It's soft quicker. So you can kind of move it back and forth, and you'll start seeing it get red quicker by moving it back.
It did get red.
Yeah.
It like sped it up twice as fast.
Yeah. So that the flame comes out, and there's like a point to a point, and that you want to kind of be just right almost on that point. If you're in too far and you're not on the point, then it's not going to get hot quick enough.
Yep.
And you don't want to be on the joint any longer than you need to, especially with like at the condenser there, because you got other things to worry about. It's heating up everything.
Yep.
Especially if you're not going to be, you should be able to do it from the back left, pointing forward at a right angle on that joint. So you shouldn't be heating up inside the chamber, but sometimes you have to heat up inside the chamber. And then you got to put cold water towel on the ceiling inside there, because it gets so hot that the insulation starts to melt. It starts to drip out. Yeah, and you can actually set it on fire. It happens. That's
Yeah.
why the position of how you shoot the torch, you have to do it different ways.
Yep.
Sometimes you got to point it right at yourself.
You want to hear a joke?
Go ahead.
Well, can't you just turn on a fan?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was my joke.
I've had, when you're in a house, you usually gotta have them open the windows because the oil smell is pretty bad. And then
Ah.
sometimes you get some smoke from the oil.
Smoke is good. That means people know you're working.
And then sometimes the detectors go off, fire
Yeah.
detectors. Not too often, but they do from the smoke.
All right, I'm gonna try it one more time.
Yeah, do it again and just try touching it once with the right heat, because this is the first time you're gonna do it with the proper heat, having it in the right position. And
Yep.
touch it gently and then back off with the solder, and you'll see in the torch, and you'll see it wrapped all the way around, and it's very little. That's all you need. And it's sealed. That's what we need to do on the condenser. Back up just slightly. Yep.
Oh yeah, I did it inadvertently.
Just watch till it gets slightly red and then touch it. You'll see the color of the tube change.
I did.
Yeah, it's changing right now. Did it go all the way around?
It did. Let me take a closer look. It did.
You see that?
Not a lot, but like it's like barely in there.
But there's more inside. That's what
Yeah, I know.
about that.
I know it's very little on the outside.
So what we do is we say that's beautiful because it's a perfect joint.
Well, how come it doesn't look like a factory? How come it doesn't look like a factory joint?
They use a machine to do it in the factory.
Oh,
Yeah, it's totally different. Exact temperature and right amount of solder.
because like this, the discoloration is different than like the factory one. You know, it's like
yeah, because they have an exact temperature, and they actually use a lot of them use induction. It's not a flame; it's just heat.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Some of them.
Yeah, this brace point is pretty good. It's pretty minimum.
So if you were not sure, then you would barely touch it again, but you really don't like to heat up a joint you've already soldered.
Yeah, got it.
Because it can cause it to leak, because it loosens the whole thing up. And the other thing is, after you get the solder joint done and get off it, be careful not to touch it at all until it naturally cools. Don't try to cool it by getting it cold. Don't do that, because that can cause bubbles to come to the surface too and cause a leak.
Oh no, I don't do that. I just wait.
I'm not saying that you have or whatever. I'm just telling you all the information. So
I saw that on YouTube, and I decided the best thing to do is just wait for it to cool down.
Just let it naturally cool, and it cools very quickly. You go do something else for 2 seconds, and you go back, and it's already cool. So, I mean, it stays warm. That'll stay warm for a little bit when you're thinking about it. But I mean, a minute or two, it's starting to cool already. So you're going to need to focus on keeping the tip, backing up and keeping the tip on there. And what'll help you do that, is look for it to change color. I saw it here myself. It's going to change color. It's going to start lightening up, and it's going to start getting kind of a reddish. orangish and then reddish. And once
Okay.
it gets there, you don't want to go too much farther.
That's it.
Then it's too hot.
Okay.
So once it starts
Got
to
it.
get light, faint,
After
go ahead. After,
so once it starts turning faint red,
yeah. Yeah, then you're gonna
and
touch it with
once
the
it
solder.
starts turning faint red, that's
The solder will flow at that point.
that's where you should be applying the solder and then disengaging the heat right after that.
Yeah, and keep it on there.
Okay.
Keep that heat in the exact position that it needs to be in. And
Yep.
practice, that's going to be the key for you. Practice, and you can do that a few more times. And you don't need me to do it. The judge is going to be for you that it's getting red quick. If it's not, you're too close. You're not adjusted right. So back it up.
Yep.
Put it on the point of the flame. Yeah, it's starting to turn now. There you go. Now it's turning red.
Yeah. Yep.
So what you can do is you can test yourself, and you can do it right on that tube there if you want, and don't even have to waste any solder. You can just keep heating that tube up with the torch and see where the flame has to be the hottest part of the flame. And just do it with no other tube inside of it. Just do it there, heat it up and see how quick it gets hot and red. I'm talking about the one in the vise.
Oh.
Yeah, just heat up the one in the vise, and when it's just move the flame back and forth, and you can see when it starts to get hotter. It'll be obvious.
Now.
I see it's red.
Yep.
Okay, and you're back quite a bit before you had
like that.
in the flame. Yeah, too close. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
So that's a big key of getting it on there, heating it up quick, get the solder off, get off it so you don't heat the whole joint all the way back to something else.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And no, it's that looks good. What I would have you do is try to imitate the position of the tube coming out of the condenser. So the tube coming out of the condenser is coming out to the left and up. Try to imitate that out here and see which way you're gonna like put a box or something behind it so that you can't just like and see how you're gonna position your torch and kind of do it a few times like that. So you can get comfortable with how it's going to be on the actual joint, with it being your left hand's going to have to be inside, going with the torch inside underneath the unit in the opening there.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be pointing up and to the right towards you slightly, and do that. And then once you get comfortable with that, we can try do the joint itself. I just want to make sure that you're comfortable with getting the right temperature, getting it cleaning up, getting the flux on there, and the right amount of solder, so we don't end up. That joint is sideways, so that could be if you get too much solder in that joint, you could plug this thing up, and then we're gonna have to pull it out. And hopefully we can get the solder out of the joint, which is not easy to do. So we need to focus on just the right amount of solder because it's a sideways joint.
Yep.
I would just kind of like imitate like go in,
Yeah, I know that.
go in there by the refrigerator and then see how you can. Let me, why don't you take that? Can you take that in there and I'll show you what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking. I was thinking about that
Okay.
already. I how it is. I let me try it out here. Did you hear me?
No, it was stalled for a second. I can now.
Okay, so I'm gonna I've scraped it, and I'm gonna put the flux like I did the previously. And I'm pretending. Huh. All right, so I'm gonna try
I can't
doing this.
see. Can you move the
Yeah.
ice closer?
Yeah, hold
This
on,
one.
where is it? It's right here.
Yeah, maybe turn the
Yeah.
vise, turn the vise counterclockwise slightly. Nope, that's clockwise.
Clockwise, yeah. I just realized that for you. Yep. So is that
Yeah.
hold on. Let me get this crap. Okay. Can
Yeah,
you see
you're
it?
gonna
It's right
go
here.
from behind it.
Yep. Like this.
Yeah, and
Right?
you're not gonna be able to do that because the refrigerator is gonna be in your way. You can't go over that far.
I could stick my hand right here like this. I can do that. There's a lot of room here.
On here,
here.
yes. On here, yes. On the actual
Yep.
refrigerator, no.
Yeah, there's a block. I can like go like this. Not here.
You're not gonna be able to put your hand underneath the refrigerator too much. So you have to kind of do it at almost a more of a, it's going to be a little bit more of the handle end of the handle toward you a little bit. Not the whole handle
Yep.
to be able to get in there underneath there.
Well, yeah. Okay. So like this.
You need to go over to the refrigerator and see. I mean, even I have looked at it and I would have
Yep.
to test it on the actual refrigerator because
Let me look. I'll be right back. Let me look, okay?
yeah, take the torch with you real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, just test it while you're in there. You see, your hand's not going to be able to go all the way underneath the refrigerator.
Yeah.
Okay, the other,
Can you hear me?
yeah, the other couple things that I want to say real quick is what you don't deal with right here testing is oil that you're going to have to worry about because there's oil in the tubing, in the refrigerator. And when you heat it up, that oil can become a factor, and that will cause it not to seal. The other thing is that it's even more important than that. I just forgot what I was going to say. Crap. Oh, the reason that another reason that it's really critical to use is little solder as possible is because at an angle like this one is, if you use too much solder, then it starts to glob up and it goes over the ridge and past the ridge. When that happens, it globs up. You can't see whether it's sealed or not on the ridge. So
Got it.
just enough solder to get the ridge filled without it overflowing it is really what you want, because it's going to seep down inside between the two tubes. Also, you can't see that.
Okay.
But that's what happens. It goes down between the two tubes, and that's what you want. So that's another reason why it's really important. So you don't have a lot of room underneath that unit. There's enough. It's a lot more than sometimes.
Oh, yep. So I looked. There's actually a you know, it's enough. It's enough. So
Yeah.
I can actually stick my hand underneath the what is it called? The condenser. So I can go from like this. I can go like this underneath. I could torch like this.
Yeah, the thing that's going to happen is you're going to start getting hot. Your body. You really need to point it away from your body, if at all possible. The heat coming off that thing is going to make you hot. You need to try it.
It's going to be hot. Yeah. Yeah, that's what exactly what I was thinking. I want to see if I do it towards me, how hot
Do it right
gonna
now.
be.
You're going to see what I'm saying. That's why I would never go that direction. You
So
always
not towards me, right?
You always have to get it. Yeah, because and then what happens is you get it heated up, and you're trying to, and you can't hold it anymore because the damn thing's you're getting too hot. You can't.
Yeah.
And you got to stop, and now you got to heat it up again. Never good for tubing.
Yep.
So it's always best to try to line it up to where you're pointing it away from your body, still towards yourself, but slightly off your body.
Yep.
That's the best angle from experience to do it at.
Yeah, away from your body.
Because the condenser's on that side, it's just in the way. The condenser's right where you have that torch.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can put my hand underneath it. There's a whole 3-inch gap or 4-inch gap.
Yeah.
Because it's
as long
elevated.
as you can get away from the flame.
Yep. Yeah, let me try it like this.
Have your neighbor point a flamethrower at you and see if you stand in this direction.
Yeah.
No, it's hot. Believe me.
Yeah.
Try it.
Yeah.
The thing is why is it difficult the other way?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, why is it difficult doing it from the left?
You from here?
Yeah.
I mean,
you can't go back that far because you can't get underneath the refrigerator, I don't think.
I can go underneath like this or underneath like this. I can go either way. I have just I can get in there. I tried it both ways. Because it is kind of a different, you know, the one of it has there's nothing underneath it. The refrigerator is elevated probably 3-4 inches.
Right.
So you know, it's I could stick my hand directly underneath it.
No, I know. I've worked on them for 40 years. I know. It's just
Yeah.
you want to go on the side where the condenser is, and you're just fighting with the condenser, and you're not doing it real life here. You're imagining where the condenser is, and it's just not the same. That's why
Yeah.
this is not. Try pointing it towards you, and turn the torch on and try, and you'll see how the heat gets really hot fast. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Go ahead and try that. I'll be right
Yep.
back.
Yep.
Back.
Nice. Yeah, it gets pretty hot. You have to point it away from yourself.
It's too hot to withstand. You can't do it. Because
No.
as soon as you get that joint hot, you're too hot and you gotta pull it off. And it's like you just wasted your time.
Yeah.
That heat travels quick and it's intense.
Yes.
That's why it's you gotta be really careful when you're going. Now you know what the cabinet feels like when you're pointing it underneath the cabinet. It heats it up in there so
Yeah.
brutally, that's why the insulation starts to melt. And it's
Yeah, there's actually no insulation on.
Yeah.
There's actually no insulation on the top.
There's what?
There's no insulation
What are you talking about?
from the bottom of the cabinet. There's no. It's just metal.
Inside the cabinet, there's insulation, or you would never.
Oh, inside.
That's what I said. Inside.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought you meant like.
No, you like to correct. You like to correct me after the wheels. You like to correct me.
No, I thought you were talking like insulation, like on a wall.
See,
I guess what you're talking about.
Yeah. Go ahead. Inside.
I thought you were talking. I thought that's what. I thought you were talking about that.
No, it's just like this here. You have to. You're just the kind of guy that has to try it your way, and that's what takes longer to do things when you find out that I was right in the first place and just do it my way. You know, that's what
I'm doing it.
it makes it difficult
I'm
on,
doing it your way, man.
it makes it difficult on my
I'm
end.
doing it your way.
You have to find out for yourself. It does.
Yeah. All right. Ooh, that's a little warm. Um, now, should I braise this again to practice this odd angle?
Yeah, except that angle's not realistic from what it is on the unit. You got to bring that tube down in the vise down farther. It doesn't stick up that high. It's not at that angle.
Yeah.
It's down quite a bit.
No. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you're right.
I've got eidetic memory, so and photographic as well.
It's like,
Yeah, it's more like that.
Yep.
It might even be lower, but that's good enough. Now, one of the things that's going to happen, and I mentioned this before, I'm going to bring it up again because don't always remember everything, is that when you heat this up, that tubing is going to want to fall because it's going to get soft. It's not going to be tight at the joint like it is now. It's going to get loose, and that tubing that you have hanging on there is going to fall. So you always have to support that tubing. In the case of what you're going into the dryer, that's not as heavy as this tubing right here going way out like this. So the dryer should be all right, but still it would be best to support something underneath the dryer on the other side so that it.
Okay, so it's like so it's sitting on something or leaning against something?
Yeah, the other side of the dryer is actually sitting on like a little box or something. So it's supported, and when this joint gets heated up, it doesn't want to fall down.
Got it.
It will almost always fall off, and you're like, damn it. And it comes off the joint, and you got to turn the torch off. You got to start over, put it back on, and you got to support whatever you didn't support. So
I gotta find something then.
Yeah, you just find something little to support on the other side of it, the dryer.
Yep.
But then that's going to get in your way of the torch. So you got to try to figure out how this is going to work, or maybe you need to tie something up to hold the dryer up instead of underneath it, so that it's not in the way of the torch. That's why going underneath the unit is not the ideal thing to do, like you want to do.
So you're saying to go from the front like this?
Yeah, because the dryer is going to be in your way. You see how the dryer's there? You're going to try to get your arm in there. If you got to support the dryer, there's no way you're going to get your arm in there and support the dryer also.
Yeah. Well, the dryer is going to be. It's a little. It's shooting up a little bit. It's not as the dryer. I'm just trying to get a simulation going. So probably like this.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. And you're pointing at, you're outside the cabinet. You're not heating the cabinet up. You're pointing away from yourself. You're pointing behind it so that you can put the solder on the front of it. This joint, the joint that you're going to do on the actual unit is going to be the opposite of what you're doing here, because the tube that coming out of the dryer is going to be the one that's larger, and the dryer is going to go into the other tube, the condenser. You've got this one.
Yeah, no, this is no. This is it. This is how it is. This is the smaller tube, and the tube on the top is the flanged tube. So it's exactly like the dryer.
All right.
So that's the way I arranged it. You said to simulate it, right? So it's
typically what you're going to do is you're going to open up you're going to leave the dryer tube alone, but we actually flanged that one, so that's fine. You can go. The reason is because sometimes you can't get that tube coming out of the condenser clean enough, and it's so corroded on the outside you can't get it inside. the other tube.
Oh, okay.
That's why usually you do it the other side. You'll open up that one and then do the clean, brand new goes inside that one.
Got it. Got it.
So if you've got it, we planned the stretch the dryer tube. So as long as you can get that cleaned up good enough, that's the other thing. You've got to make sure that's really, really, really clean.
Yep.
That's going to be the solder joint with the solder to seal.
Yep.
So go ahead and try that, and you may see that tube fall down. Don't try to support it. Let it do what it's going to naturally do. But it may fall down once you get it hot enough. It gets soft and it almost always falls.
I hear you. I hear you. All right.
Go ahead. And be ready to move if it falls, because it's going to be hot. If it hits your leg, it's going to burn it.
Yep.
Yeah, you should go up from the left because you're going to kind of feed it into that. If you think you have enough solder, oh, it's not hot enough yet. Okay, it's turning red now.
That's it. Yeah, so it takes a little getting used to.
Okay, now
the angle and the color.
Okay, now you fed the solder from the wrong place. You don't want to feed it from the side because gravity. Okay.
Okay.
You always want to feed it from the top, so it's going to go down.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And when you do that, when I first was telling you about this, and I'm bringing it up again, I know you don't remember, is you want to do it. This is where you're going to bend the tube. Go ahead and bend the solder into a U shape. When you can't physically get over on the other side, which you can't because it's right next to the condenser. Bend it all the way around into a U shape.
Okay, a complete U, huh?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
Okay. Now, that way you can touch the top and back right there first, then come forward. When that solder melts in the back top there you started at, it's going to fill the top side and back and underneath. And then if you need to touch it on the front top, you really don't want to go across it like that, melting it. You want to touch it.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Lift it off, keep the heat on there, and then touch the front top. Where you're touching in the back, do the same on the front. Just touch it in the front, and then you're done.
Yep.
Okay. But don't drag it across it because all you're doing is a ton of solder on. So touch it, get off it, touch the front, get off it.
Yep. Let me heat it up and take it off.
See how quick that solder melts when it gets hot enough.
Yep.
And if you keep it on there, you just way too much solder. That's all right. Just go put some more solder on it.
Now?
Yeah, you don't need to take it off. Just test it with just a touch.
Oh.
A touch.
Right.
It's not going to really way overdo it. Okay, it's starting to get red.
Yep.
Okay, there.
Wow,
that's it.
That really, I barely touched it, and
I know.
It seems like so much went on.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You're not going to drag it across it because you're going to put too much of. You just touch it.
Oh yeah.
Pull it off. Yep. Touch it, pull it off.
That's it. Yep.
Okay, it's got too much now, but that's okay. I did that for a reason. So that's what you're going to do, and there's no reason why you can't do that angle. There's an opening there, so you can move your arm back a little bit. Luckily, this tube didn't fall. It usually does. And like I say, if your leg is there, especially if you don't have pants on, shorts on, you can end up burning yourself. So always be aware of ready to pull away. And the same thing, sometimes it can ignite and spit oil out, and you get covered with oil, and then it ignites the oil, and now you're on fire. And I'm actually not joking. I'm not joking about that.
Yeah.
If it happens, I'm going to tell you right now. If it happens, don't freak out. Just pat it and pat it out. It's going to go out. Don't worry about it. It might put little burn marks on your legs or something, but that's why you need to wear long pants when you do this.
Yep.
Because I've been caught on fire before. It spit a lot of oil out all over my shirt. And I caught fire, and my whole chest was on fire.
Jesus.
So, that's part of the dangers of working with a torch. And there's oil in the system, and if it spits it up, it heats up, and it can do that. That's why you open up all the joints, all the valves and everything, so that you have all that pressure going out through other openings when you're soldering.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Both my valves are open.
Good.
But yeah, both my valves are open I remember you told me that now.
Yeah. Now I'm not trying to scare you, but I am at the same time, because
no, I get it.
It's important that you know what the dangers are. And what to do if it happens. Don't freak out. Just put it out. Pat it, and it will go out. So you might want to keep a towel next to you where you can pat it on there and put it on there instead of putting it out with your hands. Just keep a towel to your right. Fire extinguisher, that's going way overboard. You don't need that. Seriously, you don't, because it's going to take more time to do that. You're going to get burned. Just keep a towel there and just pat it out.
Yeah, I know.
They tell you when somebody gets caught on fire, roll them on the ground. Once you cover that flame, it's out. And you do that with a towel. So, so you got an idea how this needs to be done. What I want you to do is, so you're going to touch the top and back. Always bend that over. So if you're doing it at the side and you're not able to get to the back of it because the unit's in the way, always bend it over U shape so that you don't have to physically do that. You just touch the top, it goes down. Keep in mind Newton's law. Everything goes down. So you want to start at the top instead of the side, because it can't flow up. The only thing that can go upstream is salmon. And we're not dealing with salmon here. So I'm feeling better about this. And I know that you might want to just jump into this. I still want you to practice just a little bit, and then we'll get the unit done. Okay? We're really
I agree. I want to jump in, but I want to practice this angle. I want to practice the angle, like you said. I think that's the most important part.
I want you to look at the angle. Don't loosen the vise, and go back to the unit and see that it's even slow. It's down farther on the actual unit.
Yep.
It is. I remember. So you're even closer to the ground with the torch, and that's fine. There's enough room there because there's a bend on the torch end. And just kind of practice it without lighting the torch, and where you're going to touch it with the solder. And get that. Even techs screw this up. I told you that before. This is a difficult one to do properly. It's all about getting it clean enough flux in the right amount of heat, the right amount of solder. You're off it, and you're great. And I see that you can do that. You just got to practice a couple times.
Practice. I need to take a short break because I need to get my laptop charger.
That's fine.
And I need to use the bathroom, so I need like a 5
minute break. Go ahead
break.
And do what you got to do. I think right now we're good. Just practice with it, okay?
Okay.
And we'll get to the once you get this and you feel comfortable, just do it 5 or 6 or 10 times, whatever. But get this.
Do you want me?
Good.
Do you want me to practice and then look at the kind of go in and out all the between how it looks on the real refrigerator and here me practice, and then we re-engage at a later time, like tomorrow maybe,
Yeah,
to do the actual one?
yeah, because I have shipping in the afternoon, as you well know. So
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And the practice and the angle is on me now. I can use an
Yeah.
hour or two on that.
but what you gotta do is you're gonna have, I want you to imitate, go in and look at the other unit and just kind of with your hand say, okay, it's at this angle.
Yep.
And then come back and say, no, it's lower than this. And then
Yep.
keep in mind, you don't have the room below this. There's a
Yep.
floor.
Yeah.
About an inch, 2 inches down from the top of the vise there is the floor, or 3 inches.
Yep.
So you don't have
Yep.
a lot of room to be putting your hand in there like you were doing to start with. That's why I
Yep.
said you're not gonna be able to do that.
Yep.
So kind of go back and forth and then lay down on the floor in the kitchen and imitate exactly how you're gonna do it.
Yep.
In there and get comfortable with it, how the torch is
Yeah.
pointing out. You
Yeah.
can, if you want, you can start the torch. You don't really need to do that. In fact, I would probably not, because I don't want you to heat up anything on that condenser line that you solder and cause it to be a problem. So best not to use a torch right now, but also make sure that condenser line sticking out is really, really clean. That's going to be
Yep.
the critical part about this, is that's really clean.
Yeah.
And when you saw this, there's no leaks.
I got to get the charger or it's going to hang up.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yep.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I understand everything you said, and I need to practice with the actual situation.
Yeah.
And I also got to go to the bathroom, man.
Yeah, no problem. Well, we're pretty much done for now, because you know what you need to do. Focus on where that tip of the torch is, where the tip of that flame is. And when it starts to take longer, automatically in your mind is saying, I'm in the wrong place. Pull back on the torch.
Yep.
Right.
But I got to go to the bathroom now.
Okay, go ahead. So
But
let me know how it goes. We can finish for now.
Okay, yeah. I'll practice and I'll email you.
Okay. All right.
All right, thanks. Bye.
You bet. Bye.
About 3 times around and tightening it, and you should be through the tubing. It's thick tubing, thick wall. You don't do it just a little bit. You got to get through the tubing. I can't find my individual ones, but I'm gonna use the all-in-one one, which I don't like using because it goes down too far when you have to go higher up in graduation. And it goes all the way into the tube. But I'm going to use this because I can't find my individual ones right now. Okay? So, I don't have a hammer in here, but this will work just fine. Tube is bent. It's curved. It's curved like this. If you look, you can see it. So, let's just straighten it out a little bit. Using tools on here, pliers and stuff, is not what you want to do, and that's why you use your hands. The reason is because you're going to put gouges in the hair from the teeth from the pliers, and it's going to cut into the copper, and it's going to be a leak. So you don't use pliers on the tubing to bend it. You use your hands. You know, it's kind of surprising to you, but that's what you do. That's why the general public just doesn't do these jobs. Because they don't have probably the strength for one. It takes a lot of strength in your hands, just like here. I'm just very little to hold on to, but I got to bend this, and it's hard as hell to bend it. So you put it on something else to help you. Like on a table or something. And then you get it straightened out. You just do what you got to do. So there's no exact way that you're going to do it. Every tech does it a little bit different. So I'm going to set this end on my lap. Yeah, it's going to hurt when I hit it. But that's what we do. You can't put it on concrete or something because it's going to bend the thing. I got to put it on here so it absorbs the shock. It doesn't bend it. Yeah, it's going to hurt when I hit it from the top. Oh well. It's just the way it is. You got to get it done. That's why this is, I'll say it again, it's why this, we say, you know, it's not for everybody to do. Because everybody wants an exact way of doing something, which is, you just can't do that. There is no exact way to do these things. So I'm setting it right in my lap here, at the point that I found out over the years that hurts the least, when I hit it on the other end. You gotta hit it hard. You can see that end, it's already starting to bow out. You see it on the very end. But you gotta hit it hard. And the tube's not bending. Okay? Because I'm hitting it straight. That's what I was talking about. It bent just a slight bit. If I straighten it out, I don't let it go any farther, just a slight bit. And then I just keep doing it. And I've got my hand halfway over the tool and this, because I want to keep this straight, the tool. And be ready to hit your hand like I just did. Do I make any noise? No, because I'm expecting that it's going to happen. It's part of what, if we don't cut ourselves or hurt ourselves, hit our hands or something else, you're not working. It's that simple. Okay? See how far that went in? Now it's going up to the next graduation. Bend a little bit, so I just bend it back. It's no big deal. Of course it's going to bend. You can't always hit it straight, especially right after you hit your hand. And yeah, it hurts when you hit your hand. Oh well. That's part of our business. That's why we get paid a little bit more doing our job, because it's not a simple thing to do. You see, tube's not severely bent or anything. There's a slight starting to bend here, just barely anything. I straightened it out. I'm halfway there right now. Ouch. Sometimes you hit close to the knuckle and you do say ouch. You can see how dark it is there, and then if I pull it out of it, it's light because it's scraping off that dirt off there. So you can see how far it went in. Now, I don't know if you can see, but from here up, this is bellowed now. It's larger than the other tube. And this was in what, 3 minutes? Another 3 minutes and I'll go all the way down. I'm not going to finish it right now, but that's the point. You have to actually, you got to hit it hard. But you also have to anchor it. And I did nothing to this end. Did nothing to it. By sitting on here and absorbing, my skin is absorbing it. Yeah, I'll probably have a bruise there. Big deal. You know? And if you don't understand that when you start doing this job, then those that don't understand that, and that's what we go through when we do these jobs, then they're not suited to do the job. It's that simple. That's why it's not for everybody. You do what you got to do. Now with the smaller one, the individual one, what I could do is, because it would only go to about here inside, is I could bend this back and forth and stretch the copper. Turn it, bend it back and forth. I can do it a little bit with this one, but it's going to hit inside here, the end of it. When I turn it, it's going to hit the side. It's going to tip up and hit the side. So I can't push it to the side very as much as I could the individual short ones. I'm going to pull it out a little bit. And stretch the sides here. Now I gotta be careful because I have a new artery in here, goes all the way across, and I could end up screwing up my artery. I gotta check that. Yeah, I got to be careful about this because I have a brand new artery and it's actually bigger than that diameter across my whole waist to put like blood in my legs. It's tied in on the left and tied in on the right. So I got to be careful about. I'm going to stop right now, but I've been doing this for 40 years. And like I say, I'm not suggesting that you got to do it this way. But you do whatever you got to do to get it swayed. They do make the clamp that you can clamp on here, but when you get in small spaces where, like by the condenser, you can't get the clamp on there. It's a big tool, and it's two-sided, and it comes apart. It goes around the tubing, and then it clamps down. But the other problem is it ends up ridging the copper, and sometimes tears into it, and you can end up with a leak. So this is close to being able to accept that tube. I'll do it on the chair here. I have a pillow on the chair. I'm sitting on the pillow with it. And that's absorbing it. It doesn't stop it. If you stop it, you're going to crush the other end. You want to just absorb it. You got to be smarter than the object that you're working with. Bends, you just bend it back. It's no big deal. Or you can do it with the other tool, the stretching tool. I have that as a backup. Where it gets into too close of a space or something, then I'm able to use that. It's getting close to being able to go in there. And that's only 5 minutes, okay? So The thing is it's just not a simple thing where it's like turning a light switch on. You got to do some work. That's why we get paid a little bit of money to do these jobs. You know, it's not like having somebody sign a contract or something, or making out a contract. You don't even make it out. You know, a lot of times you just print it. And it's not like that. We actually work hard for our money. Most people don't. They may use a little bit of mental, but we physically work hard. That's why it takes a toll on us. And that's also why we get paid a good amount of money to do the job, because there's a lot of skill involved and experience. So you asked me how long it would take me, and I just showed you. In 5 minutes, I'm almost done. But it takes a few minutes. This is when you're out there and you don't have extra tools. Now, if I take this tool, it's much quicker. Now I'm going to sit here and stretch it. It's not all the way in yet. It's not all the way in to the first graduation, but I'm stretching it a little bit as I'm going to push it in, and I'm pushing pretty hard. I have to be careful also because I don't want to open up my chest, where it was just surgically put back together after heart surgery. But you can see I'm turning it as I'm doing it. And it's almost there, but you can see how it's getting bellowed at the end. Right here. This part's larger than this. Okay. Now I take this tube and it slides right in. It's actually, I went too far. You can see how it just slides right in. You see that line on this one? Line right there? Okay? And then you would solder it. I went a little bit too open with this, so I'm going to gently keep turning it as I'm pushing down, but once you stretch the metal, it really stays stretched. But I'm going to try to collapse it slightly. I'm just barely squeezing on it because I want to tighten it up, because I actually went a little bit too far. Okay, there. I pushed it in a little bit farther and it's tight. Okay. And I'm turning it as I'm pushing to get it in a little bit farther. And I wish I hadn't have gone so far. So what I'm going to do in this case, I don't like that it's opened up too much. It's just a slight bit too much. So I'm going to cut this off and I'm going to start over. And when you do this, tighten it up. Tighten it up. It should be hard to turn the first time you turn it. Don't go around with it loose. You're doing nothing. You're wasting time. Tighten it up. Turn it 2 or 3 times, tighten it as tight as you can. And it's off. Okay? Now we'll use this tool and open up the end of it so we can get that bigger part to go in. It still takes work. Usually, this tube right here, as soon as we get it stretched enough to where it goes all the way down on the section that I'm at to this point here, don't stretch it anymore because it's going to fit really tight. And that's what you want. And that will fit the tube that we're putting into it, which is the same size tube, 1/4 inch. But I'm pushing really hard because if I keep doing this and just keep it out on the end, I'm going to stretch this end out to where it's really big again. So I have to try to push it in and stretch farther in. Till it's open enough to go over the thing farther. Okay, it's starting to go. And I'm pushing this up against the table so I can push even harder. It takes work. It's just not a simple thing to do. Okay. Now, pretty much all the way on there. Okay, we'll take our tube. And put it in. Okay? And then we'll put the flux around here, but we're not going to do that yet. We want to sandpaper this really good with emery cloth. And the other thing that's even most important is not the sides, it's across the hole. That's where the solder's going to hold. That's where the solder is going to seal to this one. Not on the sides, you know. So on the end, and then definitely across it. Same thing, we're going to clean this up all the way down, up, so it's a ways outside. I'm going to clean both of these up because you don't want dirt around the solder joint. When it gets hot, sometimes it can seep over. So we're going to clean this up about that far back, and the same thing here, and then across the hole, not across this hole. This one's going inside. We don't want solder sealing across that. We do want the solder to seal on this edge of the one that's bigger. Okay? Because that's going to solder right there. It's going to seal right there. So this surface needs to be clean, or the solder's not going to stick, and that's where it's sticking to this. Okay? So that's why those other ones are better, because this one tends to stretch and not open it up so much evenly from end to the inside. This is actually a little bit smaller inside than it is on the end. The end gets stretched out open because you're doing this. and it tends to stretch the end out more than the inside. That's why you want to push as hard as you can to try to get it in as far as you can, so it stretches in far, so that the tube will go in as far as possible. Okay. Okay, and then when you solder, you're going to have the torch. You're going to solder on the opposite side with this bent, opposite side towards the bottom, and then across the top really fast because it's already hot enough. And the torch is going to be pointed right the torch is going to be right on the collar. Like right on the collar. Okay? It's going to heat up the other tube. Like I said. You're going to have it towards the very point of the tip of the flame right on that collar. Do not go back. Don't go back. Don't go farther back. You're just drawing solder in there. And you can end up plugging up the other tube that's inserted into it. Just stay right on the tip, on the collar. Okay? All right. And then when you get done, this is kind of what it should look like. Where it's just inside the collar and smooth. See the tube that's in there, that's soldered in there? Yeah. That's what you want it to look like. You just enough, but if you put too much solder, you're going to get it covering the whole thing, bulging out, and it's all just going to be all globbed around and you can't see that, pretty much can't see that collar anymore. That's too much, because it goes down in too, and it's sealing it down inside too. That's why you want to clean that tube real good that you put in. Okay? All right, hopefully this will help out a little bit. To what I need you to do though is I know that it's frustrating when you get something that you're not familiar with and it's hard to do and it doesn't seem like that's the way you should do it. You got to believe me. You have to do it the way I'm telling you how to do it. There's reasons, many reasons, but the other thing is that we're going to be doing this for 20 hours if you just don't do what I'm doing. The problem also is that because this is new to you, you're not sure how to, and I know this, you're not sure how hard to hit it, how hard to whatever. When I say hit it harder, just hit it harder, and then I'll keep saying no, hit it harder, harder. And then it gets to the point where you might hit your hand or something, then hopefully you don't start crying. It's just what it is. If you get frustrated and they say you're done with it, you got to find another tech, I'll understand. This is not an ideal situation. It's just not. This is why we don't sell parts to people that want to do it themselves. I hope you appreciate that now. Because nobody does when they first want to do the job themselves. They're like, well, I could do that. There's a lot more to it than just what you see on YouTube. Those guys know what they're doing, and some of them, and just like myself. I mean, in 5 minutes, I got this pounding on it, got it almost all the way in there. And there's another way of doing it, but it's not ideal because it stretches it wrong. and that's why you really don't want to use the other one, but we don't have any choice, because you're not able to get the other one to work right. So we'll get there, but you just got to work with me. You got to work with me. You got to do your best to do it how I'm asking you to do it, or we're going to be doing this forever. And I just don't. When I sell parts, I don't anticipate this because I don't have time for it. I just don't. That's why it's sold to experienced techs only. So I just feel bad that you got in this situation, and I also wish you would have had waited. You called me when that other guy was like all done with everything. I actually mentioned I wanted to talk to him and walk through it before you started, and you didn't get a hold of me till you were wiring it. You already installed it and everything, and it was like, so you don't seem to follow with me. You kind of have your own mind about this. And that gets frustrating on my side. It really does. And then you want me to help you, but if you're not listening to me, it's going to be difficult for me to help you. In fact, at one point, if it gets too bad, I'm just going to say, I'm sorry, I can't help you because you're not listening to me. And I'll just be honest about it. I'm not going to beat around the bush. You know, I mean, you might think you're spending a lot of money, $500. You're not. It's not worth it to me. That's already gone for me. This is all free what I'm doing right now. You know, we're not, and I know I saw that there was realtor on their site. I suppose now I understand that you're a realtor. My experience with realtors over the years is that they don't ever want to spend any money on repairs. It's just, it's the nature of all of them. I don't know where they get that, if they learn that in school or what. Buy used stuff. You can buy a refrigerator for $200. Are you kidding? I mean, where's this coming from? And then you make $30,000 to $60,000 on the sale. That's what it's about. You got to optimize what you get out of it for yourself. Well, that's not right. I mean, do the customer right, you know. You know, in fact, I stopped going out and doing work for realtors because they never show up. They want to pay 90 days down the road. I mean, all this garbage, like it's all about them. It's not all about them. We need to fix the refrigerator. We need to be paid, and we need to be paid properly. But they don't seem to want to do that. So maybe that's where that came from. It comes from schooling. But it's irritating on this end that we're treated like we're not worth anything. And I hope you're getting a taste now that we are. It's not something just anybody can do. So anyways, sore subject for me because I've had so many bad experiences, and oh no, I don't want to fix it. They just waste your time calling you out there so they can figure out what's wrong with it and do something else and waste your time. It's like, are you kidding? I just quit. About 30 years ago, I quit working with them. They call me constantly, but nope. Not doing anything for you. So, no reflection on you. Not saying it is. But when you kind of were like, you know, that's so much money, $500. Yeah, it's hard work what we do, you know. And it's expensive to do repairs. So we're worth something. Anyways, just please try to work with me because I get frustrated if somebody just continuously puts me off what I say. Just no, let me try this. Let me try this. If you do that, I'm just going to honestly speak up and say, if you want to do this and you know a better way of doing it, you don't need me. Because you're not listening to what I'm asking you to do. I'm just going to be honest about it. Because I don't have time for that. And that's what I was talking about before. That this can turn into a lot of hours. because I'm sitting here and I'll have to teach you. But then when you're arguing back that, well, let me try this, and we're just adding on more wasted time. Because the best way to do it is the way I'm suggesting, or I wouldn't suggest it. Okay? So don't take any of this wrong. I'm very straightforward and blunt and strong about things. I just want to get this done for you, but please try to work with me and not fight against me, because it's happened several times, whether you realize it or not. I don't think you maybe even realize it. You're just used to doing things your way, and it's just not going to work with this. Okay? You're not the professional, I am. So I want to show you the first way, do it right the first time, and let's get done with this. But when you sit there and going back and forth on something, when I've asked you to do it a certain way, it's like, and I just sit here and, I'm trying to be patient, but I'm starting to get a little bit impatient when you do that, and you've done it several times. That's why I'm pointing it out, because we just need to make this smooth, and not jumping on you or anything like that. It's just pointing it out so we can get this done. There's a reason why I ask you to do certain things certain ways. So, okay. Hopefully that was a little bit helpful. Not only did I do it to show you visually how to do it, but I also did it because you asked me how long it would take, and it doesn't take just a couple minutes. So when we're working on it for 30, 45 minutes and you're not doing what I'm asking you to do, I'm going to bring it up if that happens again. Because, and if, like I said, if it keeps going and keeps going that way, I'm just going to tell you, I'm sorry, I just can't. You got to get a technician, because you don't have the mechanical abilities to do this. The only time I ever turned somebody away from my training school was back in 2008 when the market crashed. And a realtor came to me because he was losing his house and his car and everything else, like everybody else was. Well, nobody felt bad for him, because they, take $30,000, $60,000 at a time from people. And go on vacations all the time, expensive vacations. This guy his wife told me. He's booking a trip for Bali and on the phone doing that when they were losing their car and their house. And she was livid. Oh, we'll get another sale. There you go, the attitude. $30,000, $60,000, well, they'll be back in business. But then they waste all that money. And they're looking for the next sale. Anyway, so the nature of the beast. So I talked to him for a few minutes. He was desperate to get some work because he was losing everything, and booking trips he couldn't afford. And I said, at the end of our conversation, it was about 45 minutes, I said, you don't have the mechanical abilities to do this. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Because he didn't. I mean, I can tell that talking to somebody. Just like a doctor can tell it when they talk to somebody whether they could ever be a doctor or not. And I just refused to. He begged me. No, I'm not doing it, because it's going to be a nightmare for me. And you don't have the mechanical abilities. You're either born with those mechanical abilities or you're not. It's just almost impossible for anybody that's not born with those mechanical abilities to just learn them later in life. It's not impossible. But anyway, so that's where I come from. Okay? I have a lot of patience. But when I start getting negated, like what I'm saying is not going to be accepted, that's where I'm done. I'm just done. Because somebody doesn't believe, or they don't want to take what I have to say is the right way to do it. They want to find their own way. Then do it. You don't need me. I'm going to turn the camera off. You know, I mean, you don't need me anymore because you're the one that's in charge. Okay, so that's what it exactly is at that point. And I'm just sitting here going, okay, you know, why am I here? So let's just get past all that, and because it has actually bothered me with you. You've done it even today. You did it. I know that it's not easy to do this. So if it gets to a point where you say, you know what, this is just too much for me, say so. It's better than sitting here denying what I'm asking you to do, and you got to try to find another way. You know, that's just going to aggravate me, and I'm just going to say, we can't do this. So just, I mean, if it gets to the point where it's just too much, then tell me. There's more than one way to do things. As I showed you, you can use a stretcher. I don't care for this because it does not make the opening proper, like it should be. The tube fits in a lot better and a lot snugger if you use the swaging tool, because it's the exact size and you're not stretching it. And when you stretch these, you end up stretching out on the end more than you do inside. And that's the biggest problem. It's not a huge problem, but it makes it bigger on the outside, so you can't put the tube in as far. And then you got to fill the gap with solder because it's a little bit bigger than it should be. That's why using the swaging tools, individual swaging tools, is the best way to go. That's why I wanted to do it that way. So we'll go from here, and hopefully everything goes smooth, and then we'll get you back cooling again. And I told you I'd help you, you know. But just please work with me. Don't resist me, please. I just want to get this done. I got a lot of work to do on my end, and every time I do this, you know, it's stopping me from what I'm doing. And I'm losing money because I'm not getting enough money for this work. I'm not even close. So I'm losing money here. And all I wanted to do is sell parts, not do the repair. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so hope you understand that. I really do hope you understand that, just in a nice way. You know, it's like you selling a house for nothing. You get nothing out of it. I'm not sure that you want to do that. Nobody likes to work for free. Nobody. Or they give you $500 on a $1 million home sale. And you're like, $500? I did all this work. Well, it's equivalent to what we're talking about here. No different. You know, everybody's worth what they're worth. So, enough of that. Just want you to understand where I'm coming from when I get aggravated, why. And I will get this done. We just need to work better together, and like I said, I you know, we'll work it out when it's best for both of us. Okay, it's going to take some time though. It's not going to all happen in one day. That's the problem. If we have more time on the weekend or something, that's usually a better day. Maybe it's not for you, but as far as I know, every time I try to get a hold of a realtor to move into a house, find a house or whatever, they never call you back. I mean, that's just, it's not making up. It's true. It's like I'm in desperate need to find a rental house and nobody calls you back or emails you or anything. It's like, so, and they don't work on the weekends. They've been telling me for years now. So I'm not sure. Maybe it's a family thing that you like the weekends for yourself or the family. But somehow we got to work this out so it works out for both of us. And there's more time to spend on a weekend day. Because I'm going to get interrupted. I can't do it all day long. I can't do it for hours and hours. it's going to be probably 4, 5, 6 hours more, unless we run into trouble, of work. You know? And I told you before, it's a minimum of $200 an hour. I actually make a lot more than that because of the manufacturing and everything else I do. Mine's up at about, I didn't say it before, it's because it wouldn't matter. I'm not going to charge you that much. But I do charge people up to $600 or more an hour. It's because of my experience. So anyways, let's get this done. Let's just try to work together as well as possible, please. If you have limitations where it's hurting your hand or something, just say something. I'm not going to laugh at you. But it's going to tell me that you know, this is I will decide what to do at that point. I try to find a different way of doing it, like getting the stretcher. You know, so anyways, all right, so let's work together and get this done. I keep saying that. I feel bad about, you know, bringing all this stuff up, but you need to know where I'm coming from, because I'm just a no nonsense person, and this is not what I look forward to when I sell parts. Not at all. You know, I don't make anything on the parts sales, and it ends up costing me a lot of money. So it even makes me think about stopping parts sales, because I just don't want to. I don't want to deal with this on a regular basis. It's just not worth it to me. I'm working for free, and I got bills to pay. It's like everybody else does. So, anyways, okay, we'll get back together. We'll talk to each other probably tomorrow, Friday. Figure out what works best. And you need to get that tool, so that's going to take a day or two probably, unless it's local. And just let me know, and we'll figure out. Okay? All right. Take care. Thanks. Bye.